The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Look like they changed the countdown. Be interesting. All right, thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. We're joined with our other host, Lady Chasey, in the background on her machine. And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancer, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of, and which is now solely on Frontline Black News. And on this season 4, episode 48, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic tonight is tangibles. This is the year in the decade of tangibles. We're going to continue to demand something tangible for our vote, all the way up to 2100. So we don't care what's going on. We're going to demand something tangible. Otherwise, it's the couch, all the way up to 2100. Then we got armed FBAs run Nazis off the block in Lincoln Heights. We did briefly cover this in a previous episode, but we didn't really cover the video of it. So we're going to go over some of the video of our FBA brothers and sisters down in Cincinnati, Ohio, giving them white premises that work. Along that topic, devils trying to terrorize black people and fail. Then we got FBA brother says black women are the most unprotected in America, similar to what the X-Man said 60 years ago, or 61 years ago now. Then we got, he also says black men who delete are N-words, otherwise niggas. Then he got FBA brother wants to see them, what them folks, meaning them white folks, will do, or the illegals will do before he comes outside to protest. Then what is Kathy Hochul's real motivation behind keeping Adams as the mayor of New York City? Then we got look who's still mayor, Eric Adams. Then federal judge paused Eric Adams' corruption trial indefinitely. And then last but certainly not least, we got DA lets white man who shot Ralph Yarl die free. And if we have time, why FBAs aren't coming to the rescue against ICE. So those are the topics tonight. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Now, tangibles. We're still very much dead focused on them tangibles. So any politician now seeking our vote, demand something tangible for your vote from said politician. That goes for the local, state, and federal level. Now, this year in 2025, there's several local elections going on, including, I just realized, in Aurora, Colorado. So any of these local elections, demand something tangible for your vote. Any of these state elections, demand something tangible for your vote. And any of these federal, which will be in 2 years with the midterms, demand something tangible for your vote, all the way up to 2100. So I'm trying to change this up for y'all. Okay. Frontline Black News. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came out with the hashtag Tangibles2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So the 2024 presidential elections have come and went, and we are still demanding something tangible. So instead of 2024, just put in any number after 2024 and it will check out. So let me get to sharing my screen. I thought I had my screen sharing. I guess I do not have it sharing yet. Okay, here it is. Shout out to crew. Shout out to Jab Jamboree. Shout out to Lady Che. And shout out to Twin Pyramid, who's in the building right now. So the 2024 presidential elections have already came and went. So it'll be the 2028 and the 2026 midterm. And like I said, here in 2025, local elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus now malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. I believe it would be 56 years now. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, downtrodden, underserved, uh, underprivileged, uh, etc., marginalized, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group by providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, meaning, like I said, the local elections 2025, midterm elections 2026, and presidential elections 2028, all the way up to 2100, um, foundational Black Americans or Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle down, secondary benefits, so no lift-offs, none of that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles. Specifically, the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since it's 2025, it's Tangibles 2025. And like I said, in 2026 would be the midterms, and in 2028 it'd be the next presidential election. All the way up to 2100. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family. We got the Democrats on their heels. We brought them to their knees. And we have said since the inception of this show, we don't care if both parties collapse. They can both collapse for all we give a damn. It's about time a third party candidate, a third party rise to the ranks any goddamn way. Because there's no way in hell that two parties represent the interests of 330 million people. So enough is enough of that madness. If any of these politicians, no matter they got a D by their name or an R by their name or a U or an I or any other letter, don't matter. Make sure you demand something tangible for your vote. And when we talking tangibles, we talking about legislation that's specifically for us. So it don't necessarily have to be solely reparations, even though that is the main goal is reparations in the form of direct lineage cash payments for, like I said, foundational Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, the people that built this country, or rather those that descend from the people that built this country. So reparations, direct lineage-based cash payments, an anti-Black hate crime bill similar to the one that was passed for the Asians in 2021, 2022. Tax-free exemption, that's specifically, so lineage-based policy, tangibles. Anything else is a nothing burger, is symbolism, and we're not going for it. And we see it dumped with these statues. That's more symbolism. So if you want JD Vance to win in 2028 dump, you would cut the damn check, period. So that's the tangibles, Lady Che. What are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Um, yeah, what you said, all that. I would say that I have to think about whether or not I want to run for office because you just told me today. I thought it was next year.
Yeah, I thought it was next year too.
And so I was like, should I do it again? I've been thinking about it all night.
Yeah.
Because it's only nearly 9 months that I would have.
You on the job. Yes, sir, I am.
Last time,
Yes, I am the mayor.
that it was upsetting last time because the way they did it. So I'm not sure. I don't know if I have enough in me close right now to do that, and we're doing.
Yeah, I hope you're right, crew. I hope some of that
Um,
symbolism leads to tangibles.
The other thing is that I don't really know if I want to or not, so I haven't really decided yet. Plus, I don't, like I haven't paid attention to what's going on in Aurora for a simple fact that I'm in my purse. So
Oh,
they acted stupid with me last time, and this time we just be want to be irate. So I purposely have been staying away from Aurora politics because they've been very theatrical over there. So,
oh, guess who I seen today?
I don't know, but I don't care. So.
Oh boy, that was running for mayor.
Also, the other thing is, we have a GoFundMe in the chat. It's because we're moving, both households.
Yeah.
And so if y'all could just share that, that would be a rip.
Yeah.
That'd be majorly helpful. If y'all could
Thank you, Lady Shay, for putting that in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is that we're moving both households, and just try to be the first one to go, and then mine. So, what else was I gonna say about that?
Hold your vote.
For what?
What do you always say? You have
but they're not. They're gonna vote this time.
It's local elections.
Local elections. They definitely don't vote.
If you're gonna vote.
Well, if they're gonna vote for something fucking tangible. I think they know that, but it's like I don't think we need to say it anymore. If you don't know that, you're fucking dumb.
That's our trademark here, though. We got to say it.
What?
Hold your vote.
No, I'm not saying it.
Oh my God! Now all of a sudden, Lady Che don't want to say her signature saying.
Hold the vote like you hold your squad.
Hold your vote like you hold your baby.
I said that too.
Yeah.
Anyway, I like, for me, running in Aurora, definitely gonna hit them differently. There's a lot of racism and white supremacy in Aurora.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tangibly less TDA in our cities, yeah. Yeah, we got less 10-day agua. All the must got rounded up. Well, for the most part.
They put them there for a reason, though.
Mm-hmm. After they lied and said they didn't.
I mean, one of my things, I'd push them all back to Denver.
Oh, boy, about to go to jail. They talking about all this money they raising for him and shit. Johnson.
They approved money. They didn't raise any money. They gave him money.
Mm-hmm. Well, at this John Bailey event, they was talking about raising more money.
For what? He's a fucking criminal.
For legal fees and legal defense.
Stupid. I think you shut up, Jed. Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me, bro. Stop talking to me no more. See what you're doing? You already know what you're doing. Stop talking. They gave him money, guys. They gave him the money. They gave him the money to get a lawyer. You wouldn't need a lawyer if you weren't doing something fucking bad.
Right.
See nobody else with a lawyer.
Nope. Best believe they're lowering up. That's what the Democrats said at this event I was at earlier.
Yeah, man. They have to. He has to because he did. Because all the proof is over here in my city.
Mm-hmm.
And he tried to lie on it. And he's not a good liar, so.
So Democrats, Republicans, and anybody else that's seeking your vote, demand something tangible for your vote. I don't. I just have water.
Tangibles. What can I provide? Tangibles.
Yes. What tangibles will you provide to the world?
Realistic approach about this. I hit this scenario what Aurora actually needs. You know.
Yep. But they need to get on this goddamn study. That's all I know. This is some bullshit. I'm about sick of these goddamn studies. Just cut the goddamn check already. I didn't need no study for these illegals. Lincoln Heights. Shout out to Lincoln Heights. Shout out to the FBA family down in Cincinnati that put in major. Sorry about that. Okay, shoot, where are you at?
Not everybody's a gang member, right?
They got rounded up?
Not everybody was a gang member.
No.
What you should have said it, what they should have said is, we're rounding up all military-aged men.
Huh.
I don't know what they should have said.
No, because the whole purpose of the Operation Aurora was to get 10-day agua.
What the fuck that means?
It means by the river or some shit.
I don't know.
Venezuela.
They say they're getting all the military-aged, able-bodied men out of the way.
No, because that would include us. They can't say that. That'd be like them saying we getting all the thugs off the street. No.
Mm-hmm.
No, they got to use other coded speech now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so first,
They're taking kids and everything.
our brother Chris Crazy House, otherwise known as Mad Blacc TV, the most toxic black man on the internet, is going to give us an update on these white supremacists getting at work down in Cincinnati and Lincoln Heights.
Uh-huh.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Blacc, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. The brother who told you not to go to black neighborhoods and harass the people there. But you did it anyway, and now your ass is getting chased out of the city with your tail between your legs. And I am black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary. So very recently, there was a situation going on in Cincinnati, and the situation was these neo-Nazis decided that they were going to show up to Cincinnati, especially to the Lincoln Heights area, and that they were going to do their own little march to showcase their white supremacy. You know, a lot of these MAGA mutants, I told you, a lot of them have been emboldened by the lace front wearing Tangerine in office since they think that he won and they have a MAGA mandate. They think they have the freedom and the ability to be just as racist and bigoted as they want to. And I told you when I did a video about this very same thing, that you're not going to get a free one with black folks. You're not going to get a free pass to harass black people just because the Tangerine is in office.
Right.
Okay. And that's exactly what happened. These Nazis, they went over to Cincinnati, thought they were going to do their march, and black people showed up and showed out, right? They took their flags, took their little swastika flags, they burned it, and chased them up out of there. And then found out where they were grouping at and went and tore up those guys' cars and chased them up out of the city. Okay. And then black people were out there patrolling with their own weapons. A lot of black people who are Second Amendment advocates were out there patrolling, making sure these white supremacists don't come back. Right. And, it got a little bit of media attention, not as much as it should, but social media covered the story. And I'm happy to say that, a lot of our people that were on the ground, a lot of people who are either FBA or Black First were on the ground and knew that this was a situation that they should keep their eyes out for, right? And this is something that we were prepared for. We knew that when the Tangerine got in office that his little MAGA minions would be out trying to cause trouble for black people, right? And I'm glad that in a city like Cincinnati, the people came together and drove those devils out of there.
Right.
I'm glad of that.
Chase
and
we
need to see more
out of
of
town
things like that. Okay, because at this point, a lot of these demons, they say they want to make America great again. And for them, when they think America was great back in the 50s and 60s, where they could openly harass and terrorize black people, and black people do absolutely nothing but sing "We Shall Overcome" or, preach the whole nonviolence thing. I'm here to tell you that black people are not going to go for that anymore.
It's a new day.
The black people of back then are not the black people of today. Okay, black people will break their foot off in your ass if you try that nonsense. And the only thing that you're going to accomplish with that type of behavior is black unity, and like I said, getting a size 10 to 11 broken off in your ass. All right. So,
the right size.
I saw some of the reports about
this
on social media, and almost immediately, anytime something like this happens where black people stand up for themselves against white supremacy, you'll have either white bigots, or you'll have their little black coon minions, or you'll have white bigots pretending to be these black coons, and they'll say ignorant things like this: "Oh, man, why don't black people get out like this to stop the violence in their own community? Why are you not stopping killing each other?" Stupid stuff like that, right? And when I see stuff like that, first of all, it's a distraction. It's like trying to do like a 3-card Monte, or like the little cup tricks that hustlers do on the side of the road to try to distract you from these white supremacists, right?
She got a 4.
Number 2 is, I would say to the white people that would say stuff like that, well, why don't you stop these white bigots? Why are they leaving your neighborhood and coming to fuck with us? Let me ask you that. Okay. You claim that these people don't exist.
I just started a new topic.
You claim that racism like this has disappeared.
So, up to speed. So we just went over the tangibles. So we're going to continue to man our tangibles all the way up to 2100. And now we're going over what happened down in Cincinnati. Shout out to Cincinnati. Shout out to the FBA family in Cincinnati. They put in major work on these white supremacists. So Mad Black TV is giving us an update on what went down. And then I'm going to play some video from Vicky Dillard that Vicky Dillard had the brothers patrolling the neighborhood after they ran these white supremacists off the block and out the city.
Okay, that sounds like great news.
So these are the flags that they was flying, y'all. So you can clearly see they got the Nazi
SWAT sticker.
They got the flag out, and they thought that they was just gonna be able to march down the street in this all black neighborhood and nothing was gonna happen to them. And they fucked around and found out.
Yeah, that's right. Fuck around and find out. Great work. Shout out to the crew. Yes, sir. All right. What's up, crew reality? How you be?
Yeah, crew's in here. We got the Jab Jamboree in here. Or he was in here. I don't know. They messing with the numbers. But Jab Jamboree's in here. Lady Chay's in here. And Twins in here so far.
Okay. All righty. Okay. All right. Okay, let me go turn down this idiot box. Okay.
Remember that? Remember when you always tell black people that there is no more racism, that you black people have never seen a person in a Klan hood, right? You don't go through the same things that your ancestors went through, right?
These motherfuckers.
Remember that? Remember when you told us that this type of open racism doesn't exist? We don't have crosses burning on our lawns and stuff like that. Well, you have
white power. And they got that work. They got
all right. And just put the power upside their heads.
Yeah, and that's exactly what ended up happening. I'm gonna show the video.
They have devils like this who tried to do that, but black folks stopped them, right? So you said that these types of things don't exist anymore, but these types of mutants seem to still be festering in your community and coming to mess with us.
Are you
right? Now listen, and they weren't all old people either.
No,
these weren't white people who were around or teenagers during the 60s and the 70s.
Like me and
these are all young white males. So that means there's a whole new crop and a whole new generation of these bigots and mutants coming to harass and terrorize Black people. That means you're still teaching the same racist ideals that your ancestors taught you,
they just passed
and that helped to terrorize our people way back when. So that means the mentality and the culture of white supremacy and racism is still continuing in your community. So I'm asking you, why don't you stop it there? That way Black people don't have to deal with it. Now, third thing, okay, and this is the most important thing that I want you all to understand. Anytime one of these bigots or one of their little bust down minstrel minions comes out and says that why don't Black people protest to, save their own community from the violence in their community. The fact of the matter is Black people do that, okay? It took me literally less than a minute to do some research about stop the violence or stop gun violence movements that go on in Cincinnati. So literally any city you can think of, you have organizations that are there on the ground who do actually real good grassroots work to stop the gun violence in those communities, right? So that means that, anytime these people say that, Black people don't try to stop the violence in their community, they don't protest when a Black person is shot, that's a lie, okay? There are Black marches against violence in this country all the time.
Lives matter.
It's just that it doesn't get publicized by the media, and it definitely doesn't get publicized by social media unless you are directly involved with these types of organizations. You see. So let me just look. I'm going to look on my phone real quick while we're doing the video just to show you guys what I'm talking about. So in less than a minute, just doing a regular old Google search, that's what is there for, to look up information like this. There is a Save Our Youth Kings and Queens organization in Cincinnati. There's a whole website dedicated to it. And the whole point of the website is Cincinnati and gun violence, save our youth, kings and queens, right? So this is an organization for young Black kids to be mentored to help them figure out ways of resolving conflicts and coming together and building the community and not getting caught up in this type of gun violence. Also, there are it's called the March for Our Lives. So there are marches out there where Black people are marching
against the violence in their city,
right? When you see stuff like this, it begs the question, if you have Black people in the community there who are against the violence to the point where you have hundreds and thousands of people coming out to march, or you have lots of people working within the school system and also for these after school organizations and stuff like that. So that means, where's the violence coming from? Is it coming from us? Because here's the thing. A lot of times the when they do these stats about gun violence and who gets shot or whatever, it's never broken down as to who is actually committing that type of violence. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, you might have a quote unquote gang shooting, and even that's a little that's a misnomer in and of itself. You don't know who's in the gang, what the gang is, or whatever. They just say it's a gang shooting, right? But
I got a whole lot to say about this.
Down of where these shootings happen, or who's committing them, and why, which is the most important reason as to why they're committing a shooting. Correct? Like, I found out just within this little Google search that Ohio, which is the state that Cincinnati sits in, has one of the highest Black suicide rates for young Black teens. So that means that this quote unquote gun violence that they add to these stats and add to these murder rates and whatnot, a lot of that is people actually taking their own lives. You hear that? So that means that the poor economic conditions
the Isley brothers are from Cincinnati.
The stresses that a lot of these young people deal with is causing them to do harm to themselves. But if one of these young people shoots themselves, you'll have one of these morons say, well, there was a shooting this weekend, a young Black person just got shot, not realizing that it was this Black person taking their own life, right? They'll just try to make it seem like it was just some random shooting where, Negroes are killing each other. We don't know why.
When the police kill us, they say,
it must be their culture to do that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. It's like people will automatically rush.
LA County Sheriff's invented that bullshit.
Even other black people will rush to judgment and say, "Oh, hey, that's just we so bad, right? We so bad, and we kills each other and all this other dumb stuff." Even though most black people have never killed anyone in their life, but we'll repeat and regurgitate the mindset of the white supremacists and the bigot and make it seem as if we are so terrible and this is just our culture and we just can't help it. We just go kill each other, right? We get together at the family reunion and everyone just pulls out a gun and just starts to shooting, I guess. It's just stupid mess. And it's ridiculous when I hear people repeat that type of crap.
Yeah.
But once again, anytime you have black people working together to get rid of these white supremacists, you'll have some of these bigots show up in the comments section and say, "Hey, why don't you black people do something about the violence in your community?" The truth of the matter is, like I said, black people are doing something about that.
Right.
They're trying their best.
Right.
Now, if you're serious, if you're truly concerned about the whole black on black violence, as you call it, right? Why don't you donate, or why don't you just go and work with some of these organizations that try to stop this stuff? Why don't you go to some of these marches? I never see these Negroes that do all that complaining. I never see them at any of these marches.
Never.
There was even one incident where,
and it's time some of these goddamn jackleg ass pimp ass preachers.
And I sent them the links. I found out what city they lived in, and I sent them a link to Stop the Gun Violence movements in their city, and told them, here's some information where you can go personally and stop the quote unquote black on black crime in your city. And none of those Negroes responded to that.
Of course.
So see, that's what I'm saying. You have a lot of people that just like to talk mess and degrade their own people, and they feel that that's good enough. Tearing down other black people, that makes them feel better. So, I mean, you folks can let me know how you feel about this in the comment section. I would love to hear your opinions on these white supremacists getting chased out of Cincinnati, and also what I had to say about people trying to be judgmental and make it seem as if black people just love killing each other and don't try to stop the violence in their community. And think about, where is this violence truly coming from? Is it really coming from us, or are we just the victims of it? Anyway, Mad Blacc, and I will be back with my foot on the devil's back.
Oh yeah, it's coming from Asians, Asian provocateurs, and white supremacists and down. Remember, we covered that on high news that they was putting whole bodysuits on, committing these drive-by shootings that they keep blaming black people for. Oh yeah, y'all just can't get right. Oh, y'all just keep shooting and killing each other, and it's not even us that's pulling the trigger. It's one of them dressed up like us.
Right. And then, not to mention the fact, to give you some more fodder for your position on that, is like the Ku Klux Klan had gotten up there on some of them talk shows. I don't know if it was.
Oh yeah, well, they used to put flyers. They used to put up flyers like, your Crips and your Bloods, y'all just keep killing each other. Why don't y'all just join us or some stupid shit? They used to put these dumbass flyers up, and then they used to spray paint some dumb shit like that, like the little tagging crews or whatever. They put the little tag up where, and they're like, y'all just keep killing each other. Why don't y'all just join us? You might as well become one of us. You're killing each other.
Yeah, that type of bullshit. And then this is why we have stated all along, when we was with that other network before we went off with Frontline Black News, is these damn public indoctrination centers, elementary school, middle school, high school, where they learn this behavior at.
That goes on
what I mean?
At that point, Shabaka. It's like, look, you know better. You're supposed to do better, and you're supposed to be the goddamn parent. You're supposed to be educating your kid before you send them in any of those buildings. Your child,
and then not to mention the fact, when I see stuff like that, that's why I stand on the square that I do. You see what I mean? Is because the reason being is because, like I said, as long as they see a black motherfucker, man, he's targeted.
They see us all as one big nigga. They do.
Yeah, but the problem is we don't.
Yeah, we don't. We don't. So,
and I'm willing to bet that if we did have the cohesiveness within the Black community, not so much here in the U.S., but even throughout the diaspora. But as you pointed out, you got too many.
I got the immigrants today that admit that they would not be here if it wasn't for us.
Yeah, like, well, exactly. Just like the sister.
Theme. Sorry, Shabaka, not to cut your wisdom. That was a common running theme at this event I was at earlier today that I live streamed.
Right.
We built the country. We allowed y'all to come in here. We thought that y'all were going to be reinforcement, and then come to find out, a lot of y'all was a bunch of goddamn tethers. And y'all come over
exactly.
You see, not coming over here,
which is an element of neocolonialism. You see, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You know, I'm just here to take, and I bet you that woman took a black ass out there to Denver, Colorado, Chicago, what have you. LA gets stopped by the police. Hey, well, we got a female Negro right here, but as long as you brain dead, they love it.
We got a nigger bee.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I mean? All right, and that's why they made it a point through the rap music, through the entertainment industry, to break down our cohesiveness. This is why, and then also too, this is why they keep propping up all these goddamn bed wenches. You see what I mean?
Gag or Hoover said the greatest threat to national security was what? The organization of
Negroes. You know what I'm saying? And that's why
mobilized. When we get mobilized, we get active and we get to tearing shit up. And then, like I said, we had the opportunity to have whatever we wanted, but the generations previous to us, they decided that they wanted interracial sexual access in jobs with benefits. So they
exactly. And then when the crack epidemic hit in the 80s, that really catapulted that shit. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then when the rap industry came out, the art of rhythm and poetry was beautiful in the beginning. But then when they came with the so-called, and then when they came out with the gangster rap, that was really bringing it all down. I'm talking about, look at the name of the group, man. Ice Cube, Easy, niggas with attitude. Yeah. Why you gonna sit up there and say niggas with attitudes? Why don't you just say the young black men with attitudes? Why don't you get up there and say the black community with a fucking attitude? You see what I mean?
That's what Jerry Heller in the industry at the time, that's what they wanted to promote.
And
that's why they kept
doing a cold part about it.
Power of street knowledge. We still get
exactly.
It's just street knowledge. So they was pushing the rest of the world to what was going on in South Central LA, because outside of South Central LA, who would really know what was going on out there?
Yeah, exactly. And then you got on the southeast side where you get out there with Compton and Watts and what have you. You see what I mean? Then they started glorifying self-destruction within the black community. So then that led to mass incarceration.
Remember that song Shabaka called Self-Destruction? Self-destruct.
Okay.
You heading for self-destruction.
Yeah, I might.
Self-destruction. You heading for self-destruction. It was
exactly.
Boogie Down Productions with who else was on there? It was several other acts at the time, but it was Boogie Down Productions, KRS-One, and he turned out to be a goddamn tether. Oh my god! But anyway,
we see,
and some other local artists on the West Coast that came up with "We All in the Same Game" in '90, and that was around right before the truce in '92.
And the brother who tried to further that truth, that truce, he came up dead. Okay.
Yeah.
His name was Tony Pico.
Tony Pico. Yep.
Yeah, because he was crossing behind
his grandpa, right?
Yeah, Pico Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken, okay, don't hold me to it, if you could pull it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They used to have I'm saying they always have
Cube. Okay, Cruz says Cube didn't glorify self-destruction. NWA always had a message. Since society calls him N-word, he claims it and has an attitude.
Yeah,
here's your stereotype. The touchdown crew. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. There you go. Crew just told you right there. You see what I mean? But the thing is,
we use it as a term of endearment.
Yeah, which is bullshit, is because like I said, that's why I always appreciate that video where them two brothers were standing there and was about to have a battle rap with the white boy, and the white boy says, well, you all say the word nigga, so I'm gonna bam, beautiful right hand. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Beautiful right hand. And then you see the white boy almost shit on himself. You see what I mean?
We thought he'd get a pass. Like, no pass is given.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? And, you know, that there's some ridiculous shit, you know. And another goddamn thing, man, that needs to be shattered is like the X-Man said, this light-skinned, dark-skinned shit. You see what I mean?
Well,
and tell a motherfucker what it is. It's from the rape and slave trade and pedophile. Huh?
Don't all that light-skinned, dark-skinned shit that come out of Willie Lynch. The Willie Lynch.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I mean? Exactly. You see? So you got to look at that shit there, too. You see? And then they figure, because of that, and you see me go back and forth with motherfuckers
on that Niggas for Life album, the one where it's life spelled backwards. They said, they had a whole song called Niggas for Life, and they was like, why I call myself a nigga, you ask me, because my skin is so motherfucking ashy. Bitch this, bitch that. Like they were talking derogatively, but at the same time giving a message. Like, hey, this is why we're doing what we're doing. Like, y'all trying to glorifying this. We're not glorifying it. We just letting you know, like, this is why we're doing what we're doing. There was always a message in the music. Now, around the time, around the time I graduated from high school, they stopped putting messages like that in the music. Like,
exactly. And then the OJs had you see, it wasn't the Ship Ahoy album. They had an album, man, called Message in the Music.
Yep, Message in the Music. That was a damn good album, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I think that's circa 1975, 76, I think.
Yeah, Pops is usually playing that. He's usually playing something from the Isley Brothers. He had put me on Go For Your Guns. I was like, oh, shit. I'm like, this.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And Fight the Power, 1975.
Yeah,
1975, 76, Fight the Power, stuff like that. But see, but the thing is that you got to look at when you get these, hold on one second.
Us ninjas to give out passes.
Passes no more. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, crew. Colorism is just mulatto training as buffer class. That stopped working. Okay, well, see, that's what the X-Man was about. Because, see, the X-Man, gangster rap was positive a lot of times till the mid-1990s. Yeah, you're right, crew. Yeah, you say, the 1990s.
You had Schoolie D, you had Ice-T.
Yeah.
You had King.
Yeah. And then you had Dr. Dre and them, Snoop Dogg in the 90s.
Dr. Dre didn't really come, like, NWA was late 80s, early 90s. Dr. Dre went solo in 92. And that's
after the rebellion. Okay.
And there's I think it's Fuck With Dre Day or Let Me Ride. He says no black medallions, just gold rims, or how did it go? He said no gold medallions, just a nigga straight or something. Like, I'm paraphrasing, I gotta go back and listen to the song, but he had a verse in there where he was like, look, we're not on that conscious shit no more. This is what we on now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, man, I'm up there. I got my mind on my money and my money on my mind. And it all ought to be on your mind that all money ain't good money.
Well, Wu-Tang came out with Cream in 95.
Yeah.
Cream, cash, everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all.
Now, ask yourself this.
It came about the dollar bill. And then that's when.
Yeah, now ask yourself this. If the United States government decided to say that all that paper money ain't worth shit, what the fuck are we gonna do?
Hopefully we got
Ask
some
yourself
precious
that.
minerals or precious gems, but they keep saying that ain't happening no time soon. So
Yeah, you say, but then again, with this dump regime, man, I don't put nothing past these motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? And I do mean nothing. Look at Stinky Bird.
Stinky Bird, he just needs to take that damn SpaceX straight to the sun, like you always said.
Yeah, man. Put Bezos on it, put his ass on it, put the other motherfucker up there with Verizon and all that. Fly that motherfucker directly to the sun, let it blow it up, man, and do humanity a favor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have Pac and Bone. They have messages in their music, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Getting on some Ouija shit initially.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you with me?
Okay. And Cruz saying here, yep. Okay. Cruz says black people are what makes the value of the money. We always produce, survive, thrive, no matter what. Facts. You see what I'm saying?
Remember, Black family, we were the first stocks and bonds sold on Wall Street.
Yeah, and they used to have the auction block on Wall Street.
That's the reason for Wall Street. So you line tapes up while you march them off, be auctioned off. Yeah,
exactly. X-Man told you about that there too. You see what I mean? Way back in the 1960s, you see.
So they owe their whole economy to us for centuries.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, sir. See, if it wasn't for black folks, man, the goddamn what they call that shit, the gross national product.
And they'll be the first ones to tell you, don't nobody owe nobody nothing. No, y'all owe us. And this is a blood debt, and we are coming to collect. Like I have to keep reminding these mugs earlier. I should play that real quick for y'all. But I told them, look, MLK said we coming to Washington to get our check, and we living up to that right now. Cut the
MLK, cut the goddamn check. And MLK, and one thing I always respect about MLK, he did realize that his mistake when he had stated, I led our people into a burning house with integration.
Yeah, they had cited that.
And is a fact.
They cited that quote, and then I hit them with we coming to Washington to get our check.
Right, because they wrote us a check that said insufficient funds.
Yep. He said.
Okay. Crew is saying. Okay, Crew. What was your previous statement, Crew? Because he says yes, we are the money, but he had.
You already read it. You already read it, Shabak. His previous statement was, Black Americans are what makes the value of the money, and we always produce, survive, and thrive no matter what.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And just like, our farming raised the global population by 15% because all of the American food we produce. Yeah, that part. Now, get this here. I just found something out. There's an Asian chick that came out with a new invention of having robots planting produce in California, starting with strawberries. So start getting ready to shit can all your strawberries unless you grow them yourself.
I'm growing all my shit. I'm gonna make sure I definitely got a garden.
Fuck AI.
Because fuck that. No, I'm cool on that.
So that's how you got like grow your own.
I'm gonna grow it myself for the most part. Right. Just about anything. Outside.
And by the way, how's y'all snowpack up there in the Rocky Mountains?
Oh, it melted into the 50s.
It's melting.
Yeah, it's melting.
Oh, okay, cool. Then that means we're getting ready to steal some more of your water out here in the West.
Shit, you better hope them hills is snow capped.
Yeah. Well, hell, as cold as it gets in Colorado, I'm sure it is. You know what I mean? Yeah, because we got to steal some more of your water.
Believe it or not, Shabaka, we still got a little mini drought going on out here.
Oh, man. Yeah, because they did say that Lake Mead was up to 85% full. So I'm wondering what kind of bullshit they're going to pull on that this summer. You know what I'm saying? Our farming raised the global population by 15% because all the American food we produce. Now, that's a fact, bro. You see what I'm saying? That's a fact. And this is why, like, when you go into the South, although I've only been down there one time and my only time of being down there. So all you all out there who said, hey, Shabaka, when you going down South, I went down South, I didn't dig it, and won't be seeing the motherfucker again.
I did. I like to visit. I don't know if I would live there per se, but I like visiting down south. It was cool.
No, but the thing that was fucking with my head, Brother Che, was all the suffering. I heard the screams at the auction block.
Yeah.
I heard the screams of our women being raped.
Yeah.
I heard
a lot of that in New Orleans. When I was in New Orleans, I felt all the pain, the weight of the horror that went on in the damn Superdome out there. Like,
yeah, exactly. You see what I mean?
And then you
I'll never forget.
You could see the water line from Katrina still. That shit was still fucked up. I went out there like 2012. So 7 years after Katrina, it was still fucked up.
And then keep in mind, in that humidity, when that water sits still like that, breeding ground of bacteria and mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes and bacteria, yep. Well, that's why this is disease. Well, it's the reason why it's the STI capital of the country. Because that humidity, all the viruses and bacteria can just multiply endlessly out there.
Yeah, exactly. You see.
So Sister Vicky's gonna give us an update on the FBA brothers and sisters that ran the Nazis out. She's gonna show the video of them running them crazy bald heads out of town. We're gonna chase those crazy bald heads.
Yeah. We're gonna chase them crazies. Mm-hmm.
So that's them armed. They patrolling the neighborhood like, hey, I wish a cracker would. We ran the police off.
Alright, cool. Let the cars come. They don't let them people come back no more. I ain't gonna say Cincinnati, nigga. This Lincoln Heights. Yeah.
Okay, family, did y'all see FBA with the uniforms and stuff? Vicky, calm down. I'm just too much. I did my mastermind yesterday. They said Vicky's energy, baby. I don't know what it is. It's something over me. All over. All 2025. Remember in the movie
colonization of the Tim
I told y'all that movie because the lady, his woman got excited when he was taking out the enemy, didn't she? See, y'all sit up here thinking that little weakness
couldn't get all of it.
No. She fell more in love.
You're right, crew.
With her man,
the disruption that followed European settlement led to a huge swath of abandoned agriculture and being reclaimed by fast-growing trees and other vegetation. Who were the farmers in 1500?
You see what I'm saying? When the big daddy know what to do.
That's true.
But she can just
those folks have always been evil.
Like, okay.
And we have always fought.
I leave that alone. So back to me. Somebody say it's the moon and Leo.
Right.
Is that what it is, sis?
Right.
She said drama is here. Talk black to me. She said sad, sis. See, when big daddies know what to do, y'all love to talk about that the good girl, the lady don't like good guys. No, it ain't that. It's just that y'all got to show us different kind of ways that we valuable. No woman want a man that she's scared gonna be locked up all the time in fights. Don't no woman want that. But you gotta show us if it come down to it. You see what I'm saying? Big daddies know what to do. Big daddies do big daddy things. I'm gonna leave that alone right there. Look, y'all. Look at it one more time, y'all. Talk black to me, somebody. Thumbs up, y'all. I gotta be real quick. I know that y'all like Vicky do too much. Y'all hit that thumbs up button, share. What they do?
Thumbs up button.
No, be sure to share Frontline Black News. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm getting tired of these motherfuckers coming on our shit, advertising theirs and ain't reciprocating.
It's not them coming on our shit. I'm letting them on our shit. There's a difference. I'm just showing the content. So people get the information in the video.
right, cool. Let the cars come. Niggas don't let them people come back no more. I ain't gonna even say Cincinnati, nigga. This Lincoln Heights.
This Lincoln Heights. Somebody say Lincoln Heights.
Lincoln Heights. Yeah. Lincoln Heights is not supposed to be popular.
Family, watch this, family. This is what I love. Just so I can read what my brother wrote here. Tariq said a few days ago in Lincoln Heights area of Cincinnati, a group of neo-Nazis with police assistance. Y'all see that? With police assistance gathered near the community. The black residents stood their ground and ran them off. Later that night, some of the Nazis snuck back in and vandalized cars belonging to people in the neighborhood. In response, somebody say in response. Someone say in response. Did nobody call on the Jesus with the pale skin, blue eyes, and stringy hair that was crucified in Calvary? How many of y'all know that the descendants of the Calvaries in America was the ones that just showed up and they manifested the prayer by being the prayer? Watch this. What did he say? He said later that night, some of the Nazis snuck back in and vandalized cars belonging to people in the neighborhood. In response, the black community had organized armed patrols, somebody say armed patrols, to protect their neighborhood from these cowardly attacks. Talk black to me. A brother right under
sound like the Black Panther Party.
Yeah, they were exactly reenacting what the Black Panther Party used to do.
Let them know that they good.
Trying to get that light out the way. Y'all see?
Neo-Nazi white supremacists. We're not seeing them on their way to school.
Look, my alarm gonna go off in the middle of the.
What happened, bro?
For those of you that don't know, underneath that footage that I just showed you, it says the community came together this morning to welcome the kids back to school. This all took place, it says, literally a few hundred feet away from a school as the kids were being let out. We reassured our city's children that they were safe. Come on, somebody said, we got this. And did y'all see? They stood, they were standing their ground with the police there. Did anybody run? Did anybody say, please, hands up, don't shoot? Did you see anybody with their hands up talking about some don't shoot? Or did you see people with shooters?
Saw people with the shooters.
Did you see any black person on their knees talking about some hands up, please don't shoot?
Nope.
How many of y'all understand that our open enemy understood the language of the uniform and they fled? As it's written in the scripture, since we like to go to Sunday school, doesn't the scripture say resist the devil and he'll flee? Don't make me go to Sunday school with the scripture that said put on the whole armor of God. Somebody say put on the whole armor of God. You got to put on the whole armor of the goddess, baby.
I think she's just giving commentary right now.
That's us. That's all us. That's us. That's all us. Family, get your angel. Now, there's a spiritual armor that you do. That's what I do. Cause see, baby, when I do get married.
All right, thank you, Vicky. I just want to play the video of them patrolling the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what are your thoughts, Shabaki?
Okay, that's a beautiful thing. Black community coming together to defend itself. And I just got a fucking email here from goddamn PayPal again saying that some motherfuckers trying to authorize a transaction of $539. Okay. So I got their damn phone. That's that bullshit. You see what I'm saying? These goddamn hackers. You see what I'm saying? You know, Lord. Now, I got an email from Elon Musk. do not pay your electric bill until you read this. Elon, fuck you. You know?
Right.
All right. Oh, man.
Can we get banned from Elon?
Oh, wow. Yeah. This is some bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? This is hacker shit. Okay. Yeah. You know, this is some hacker shit. You see?
Definitely.
And what have you? All this bullshit.
Okay. Before the bullshit interrupted you, Shabaka, you said it was a beautiful thing, and what else about the Lincoln Heights?
Oh yeah, man. That's great news. You know what I'm saying? And then two is that we need more of that. You say, to countermand this bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
We can hear.
Okay, FBA. Okay, FBA brother says black women are the most unprotected woman in America. Malcolm X gave that speech, man, in 1962. I was at it when he stated that the most unprotected woman in America was the black woman.
58 years ago, he gave that speech.
Yeah, wait a minute. Actually, brother, it was 1962. That's 63 years ago. 63 years ago, he gave that speech.
I said 62, so I was off by one. Okay.
Yeah. It was in May 1962 that he gave that speech in Los Angeles.
Yeah, so that previous topic we had already covered on a previous episode. I just want to play the video, so shout out to them for holding it down. From what I understand, that's a predominantly black section of the city, and it has been historically. So they came up, showed out, and the white supremacists fucked around and found out.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? And then the cold part is these black ass politicians, okay, who are more of a detriment.
You talking about the black talkers? Let me catch up with Crew, because Crew been lighting our comment section up. He said,
if the UCL group's estimate that 60 million people were living across the Americas at the end of the 15th century, about 10% of the total world population. Now, what's UCL, Crew? And that's was reduced to just 5 or 6 million within 100 years. Okay, well, see, that's why them cave beasts, man, was coming along with that damn smallpox and shit. You know, giving the Native Americans blankets laced with smallpox. Okay, Crew says here between 1525 and 1866, and the entire history of the slave trade to the New World, 12.5 million Africans were shipped to the New World. 2.7 million survived, disembarking in North American islands in South America. Okay.
So they ended up in the Caribbean and South America, is what he's saying.
Right, and Veracruz in Mexico.
That's part of South America, Central America. Well, I guess North America would include that.
Yeah. The three countries in North America are Mexico, the United States, and Canada.
Yeah, but you got Central America, so it cuts off at Guatemala.
Right. Then you got Central America, where they built the Panama Canal at about 110 years ago. It was a project like Hoover Dam. You know what I'm saying? It took them forever to build the motherfucker. You know what I mean? About 5 or 6 years. And then keep in mind, you had the U.S. military down there guarding it. And can you imagine working in that shit, man, in that environment with the humidity, snakes, all the other kind of critters down there feeding off your ass, you know?
Back then, hell no.
No, yeah, exactly. That shit was rough. You know, that was 110 years ago. Say so for over a century. You see what I mean?
Yeah, malaria was running rampant too.
Yeah, exactly. Now, see, now there's something about the malaria. Okay, because I remember, man, in the early 1970s, they was talking about sickle cell anemia.
Yeah, if
But
you
from
had
what I understand,
you had to trade, it keep you from getting it. If you had sickle cell
exactly.
anemia, you have to take care of yourself. Like everybody I
Right,
know
exactly.
or has sickle cell anemia, they have to seriously take care of themselves, watch their diet, all that, because
all that,
they could come down and die or get really sick if they didn't. So,
and keep in mind, when the cave beasts got there, they had always used Africa as a laboratory. Ebola, all that shit. If you saw that movie Outbreak,
on themselves, Shabaka, we got to keep in mind these people were doing this shit to themselves for
who was doing what to themselves?
The Caucasoid was doing shit to themselves. They tested it on each other first, then they turned that shit on the road.
Yeah, exactly. So we know who does live in swamps like that and thrive.
Only us. We're the only ones that can't go in the Great Dismal Swamp. They can't go in
dismal Blackwater swamps. We thrived. Yeah, and that's just like when Osceola. I think the ancients had medicines for sickle cell. You know what, crew? I think you're right, because you got to look at Imhotep. What was he? The father of medicine, I believe.
He was the father of a lot of things, but medicine was one of them. Yeah.
Right. Oh, and by the way, I had a family member that went through Martha's Vineyard either yesterday or today and saw the sarcophaguses of George Washington and Martha Washington. So I texted him back and said, go wake the motherfuckers up and tell them to cut the goddamn check.
Right. Good going, Shabbat.
Yeah, you say, and George Washington, raping, slave trading, pedophile. Thomas Jefferson, raping, slave trading, pedophile. Let me see, James Monroe, raping, slave trading, pedophile. Then I'll go see the motion picture of Mandingo, and as we did the antebellum of the South. You see what I mean? So this all-inclusive shit is nothing more than a counterman to what the fuck that we're trying to do.
So moving along, this FBA brother says Black women are the most unprotected in America, like you said, Shabaka. 62 years.
No, that wasn't me that said it. That was the X-Man that said it.
No. I'm saying you said it was 62 years ago or 63 years ago.
63 years ago, come May.
Okay, come May. And Black men are niggas who won't protect them, basically, is what he was saying. So one of the sisters from the Diaspora News Network is going to give us an update on that.
So this brother identifies that Black women are the most unprotected group in the world, and he has a message for us. Take a look.
I'm reading more and more stories about sisters being murdered by stupid ass.
Yeah, that's the father of medicine.
Emotional.
Okay, yes, but father medicine learned from the
Malcolm X
Anunnaki from west of the Sahara prior to it being a desert. Who already had pyramids. Okay, so crew, that sounds like the Songhai Empire.
Let me tell you something.
That's before the Songhai Empire. This is like thousands of years before the Songhai Empire.
You'll be treated just like these.
I don't know what empire was around back then. Songhai was more recent than that.
10 years ago.
The Sahara was has been a desert for like the past 3,000 years.
This saying is so true.
But it wasn't always a desert though. It used to be real tropical.
Story the other day. This woman, his girl.
Okay, we can barely hear brother right here.
Met this girl on a dating app.
I know you just gotta listen.
They went back to the house. Nah, bro. We don't do that. And if I can get to you, just like if I can get to George Zimmerman, just like I can get to all these little that have done this wrong. Believe me, you are. So, story the other day. His woman, his girl.
All right, can you hear it now, Shabaka?
Very low. But then again, I got traffic out there on Las Vegas Boulevard. Motherfuckers out here getting drunk and they good and fucked up.
Unbelievable.
We don't do that.
It's Saturday night.
If I can
They
get
definitely fucked up.
Yeah.
Just like if I can get to George Zimmerman. Just like if I can get to all these little that have done this wrong. Even
we're in the process of destroying white supremacy and replacing the system of justice. Touch a check is a means to that end. Okay, you're getting no argument from me on that one there, crew.
On code, codified crew.
I'm gonna end this.
This is prior to
we got your back.
Egypt or Kemet, because as we know, Egypt is a Greek word. Imhotep as Egyptian descended from Nubia. Nubians were taught by
no lies told here.
According
to the Columbia
how do you think they got corn in Egypt back then?
Black women are murdered 6 times more.
Corn only grows
and black women aren't just murdered by black men. They're also murdered by white men. So
it's like cocaine only grows in
an alarming rate. If we just sit and think about that for a second, 6 times more. So what this brother is saying about black women being the most unprotected, that is true.
Yeah.
I appreciate that he has
now who are the perpetuators? Now who are the perpetuators murdering these black women?
Appreciate it.
They say it's us. I say otherwise. I say it's the Caucasoid that's doing that shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm putting my money on.
But when we look at what goes on in the news, and we're seeing this alarming rate of black women that are being unalived by black men and white men, we need, these words to be backed up with action. Because when you think about it, you hear 6 times more than white women. And we know that white women also date black men, marry black men. We're not seeing the same level of women that are of the folks that are being unalived by black men like it is with black women. So that in and of itself is very alarming as well. The question begs, why are black women being unalived at this rate by black men
the abuse
and not the same rate with the folks? Now, people will say that black women run their mouth, they're hard, they're not nice, they're too strong, they're too independent, they're not respectful to black men, they bring black men down. And there are some black women that are very strong and very opinionated, and they do stand up for themselves and defend themselves in an aggressive manner. Yes, we do. But it also comes down to the way we've been treated and our history and the things that we have gone through as a woman, by the hands of black men and other men from other races. So sometimes we can have a very hard sort of stance and, we can come across that way for sure. But does that mean that we should be unalived?
No.
Also, some black women are not like that. They hold it down for their man. They're there for their black man. They cover the expenses for their black man. They will, co-sign on a car or a house or all kinds of things that we hold down for our black man. We hold down the family and kids so the black man can go out there and earn the money. We do that too. There are very good black women that are there for their man and for their kids. How do we explain when that happens to them? Because there are reports of that as well. So my point is that whether a black woman is hard or whether she is a good black woman that's there for her black man, they're still getting unalived. And either scenario should never result in a black woman getting unalived.
They say we do most crime 60%.
Calling it out and saying
crime is
black
unreported
men
from police
that are doing this to black
not
women,
just unreported crime.
He referred to them as a slur that I cannot repeat. But He's saying
That's
also
true.
that you're not a real man if that's what you're doing. And I agree. Anybody who's putting their hands on a woman is not a real man. Anybody who's unaliving a woman and a black woman is not a real man. It should never result to that. And that goes for both sides. Black women also need to not be putting their hands on black men.
Well, like I
So,
said before,
again, violence
it
in
takes 6
general,
guys to
taking a
carry a
woman's
man to his
life in
grave,
general,
and it only
shouldn't
takes
be
one woman
happening.
to put him there.
Same goes on the other side for black women also. Don't put your hands on anybody.
Right.
Don't unalive anybody. If you're in a tumultuous or toxic situation, the best thing to do is exit. So it's time to stop abusing the sisters and treating them like the queens that they are. In the words of Dr. Umar Johnson,
He's not a
Black
bad
queens
wench.
forever.
Right.
Let me know what you all think about this. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share this content. I shall see you on the next one. But until then,
We ain't doing free advertising no more.
Yeah, it's her shit. I'm just sharing these videos, Shabaki. It's not their fault. They're promoting their shit on their shit. I'm just sharing what they're sharing, basically.
Okay, fair use.
So with that being said, what are your thoughts on what the sister just said about what the brother just said?
Okay, well, see, what it is this is why we got to reenact the Black family unit, is because, see, what's happening is, like they say, two places never go with a woman, back and forth. That's right. That's right. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll get some of these broads, man, you know, just for the hell of it, you know, try to get two niggas to fight over her. And this is why I say, if you're going to fight, go fight for some damn money. You know what I mean? Make the money, the bras will follow. Exactly. If she's no damn good, hey, kick it to the curb.
I know that's a typo, but yeah, no I. But yeah, I'm just reviewing their videos after Fair Use Act. Yeah. Fair use.
Exactly. Like they do our shit.
Underneath, right. Yeah. All right.
Then,
keep your hands to yourself. Moral of the story.
Pretty much. And then too is that I remember they had a series of videos that were being made about 2-3 years ago where a lot of black women were being kidnapped in these Walmart parking lots. Well, and to find out that a lot of these motherfuckers who was doing the kidnapping were them people from India.
Yeah. Remember, we had 64,000 black women missing prior to the pandemic. So it's probably 100,000 missing now.
Right.
God forbid. I mean, that's bad. How do we still have the same number of people missing every year? Every year we got the same number of people that go missing.
Yeah, well, when it comes to our people missing, that is a very low priority for the police departments. Well, Freedom and innovation revitalizing United States entrepreneurship at 2007. Okay, crew. All right. And then on top of it as well, too, they say, like a lot of brothers.
Oh, that's the updated one. Okay, so this is the one that took over for the 1976. Okay, I got you.
Okay.
So
and then also,
right after 1776 was set the precedent. They updated it in 2007 with a fair use, criticism, content, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. All right, so Uncle Phil, give us an update on this next topic, and that is FBA. Oh, I don't think the 2001. Oh, they didn't pass it. Oh, it didn't pass. Okay, so they were trying to update it, and it didn't pass in 2007. Okay, got you, crew.
Okay.
So it's still 1976. That's set precedent for the copyright.
Yeah, the bicentennial year. And then before we go here with Uncle Phil, I just want to say you just brought back some memories, man, with the bicentennial year. In 1976, you know, they had all these house niggas up here talking about a bicentennial moment. You know, John Amos was one of them up there. I think Esther Roll was up there one time with it. And it was pretty much talking about, you know, these slave niggas as opposed to our people who were being free trying to get free. You see what I mean? In other words, man, they kept pushing that all-inclusive shit.
Okay, Frank Slim, Mike Jones. Mike Jones ain't been nobody since 2005. If you don't get your cracker trolling ass up out of here.
What did he say, man? Put it back up there. I want to see what this dude is saying.
Already dealt with it.
You already exit. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He's trolling. It's very obvious.
Yeah.
He come up in here talking about who Mike Jones. That's a troll. Instant troll. Like, we ain't even talking about 2005. We talking about 2007 and 1976. So where the hell Mike Jones and any of that? Nowhere. So they're trolling. And I got Shabaka. All right. So Crew said that they almost passed this in 2007, but it didn't pass. Okay. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us a bit on this FBA brother who wants to see with them folks. Oh. Yes, correct. I stand corrected.
I stand corrected. Jesse is reviewing these videos under fair use of 1976.
I gotta get you a wrench, Crew. Remind me to get you a wrench so you can deal with these trolls.
Yeah. They say, well, you know, we appreciate the trolls. Just spell our name correctly. Give us some what they call that, inverted advertising.
George Swish. Look at this shit, Shabaka.
What's this motherfucker saying? George Swish. Who? Now, who you talking about, George Swish?
I told you.
Mike Jones.
Shabaka. It's another troll.
Okay, George Swish. You know, reveal your hatred, you no good motherfucker.
Yeah, they just trolling, Shabaka. I dealt with them. This other account, they creating fake accounts to troll us. Like, you ain't got nothing better to do. But that's how you know you're getting somewhere, Shabaki. When you get these dumbass trolls like this, that's how you get. You know, you getting somewhere. He said hi.
I didn't even see them. I was busy looking up the info. Oh, okay, Crew. All righty. All right, let's see what Uncle Phil is talking about.
Yeah. I keep getting about this damn troll. So this FBA brother wants to see what them folks, meaning the immigrants and the OTEs, are gonna do before he goes outside for any protests.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, there's more and more brothers and sisters that are so tired of these other groups trying to keep calling on black people. We have a brother tonight that's just going to share his piece with it because he didn't had it. And he going to let these other groups know exactly why they need to leave us alone. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Every 5 seconds, I'm seeing a video of a minority group saying we're the black people. We're at home. We're relaxing. We're chilling.
Right.
We're hanging back. You're talking about come together. Why? We tried to do that. We've been trying to do that forever.
Cool.
All right.
Okay, now
you can't sit up here and be mad at us for wanting to not roll with y'all right now. It's just what it is. It's like, let's say we was on a farm and black people plowed the field, planted the seed, watched it grow. In the midst of its development, there's food to be eaten off of it. Y'all come in and have no food. Y'all see yours. We share. But you see the white people field over there, and you thought that it tasted better whenever you got a little crumb of it. And so you thought When the white people said, let's burn down their field, you thought that you was going to eat off their field.
To hell with Presley.
And now that you voted for that, voted to destroy our field,
these mothers ain't got nothing better to do.
And you're watching it burn. You go over there with your bowls.
Oh, let them troll, man.
Hey,
Let's
can I
have
get
some
some
fun.
food? And they go off. And now you're looking at us, and you're running to the water, and you're trying to get buckets and trying to pour it out onto the field because you realized that you was eating from that field. That was your main source. You f***ed yourselves and tried to us in the process. I mean, you literally thought that you was going to throw us to the side and get accepted by this, when we had already accepted and gave you a plate. And now the field is burning, and you want us to run outside and get a bucket with you and pour it out and get and put the fire out.
What's the matter, boss? Our house on fire?
Y'all put the fire out. And that y'all replant that, and y'all show us y'all ready to do some work. Stop complaining. Stop looking at us. We did the work. We was here. You benefited off of our labor.
That's right.
You benefited after our protests, our demonstrations. Everything was geared to helping not just us, but y'all too. And I'm also talking to the white women. Because you part of that minority group too. So, brother. Look, you can miss us with the, where is the black people at? We right here, just watching. We standing back and watching and seeing what the you do. Because then that will determine what we decide to do later.
Now, me personally, I don't care what they do. I'm not sitting back watching what they're going to do. If I'm going to sit something out, I'm sitting out. I'm not even paying attention to what they're doing. Let me tell you something. If they would just leave us alone, stop addressing us, and go do whatever they choose to do, whatever that may be, then we'd be all good gravy. Most black people are not even trying to pay attention to a lot of anything anymore, because the thing is, if you stay out of politics and say, I'm only going to focus on what I got going on, whatever my goals, dreams, aspirations, I'm resting, whatever that may be, how your rest time look like, you're not even thinking about them people. So no, I'm not waiting on them to do a thing. Right, I'm not saying, okay, you go lead it, and then if you lead the protest, I may come out. No, we ain't coming out nowhere. Forget that.
But they're not gonna cut the check.
The black folks for too long has told this whole country about every system in this country and how this country is greedy, do people wrong, especially do us wrong, and nobody cared until it became them. If they would have cared when it was us, they wouldn't be experiencing it right now. That's just what it is. So to me, the people that ignored us, the people that didn't care when it was happening to us, now it's happening to them.
Can't cut the check.
I mean, that's just seed time and harvest time. Some people may say that's karma. Whatever other words you want to use, it's both of them.
They can go home
and it's a good thing that they're experiencing what we were experiencing, because you have to understand, pain and trouble don't last always. It don't. You got to have some joy in the morning. You got to be on the other side of it. And when you living in a lap of luxury, or you living in a lap of privilege, or everything else that you're living in, the day gonna come where that's gonna go away. And then now you have to experience the other side of it, because you caused a lot of people heartache and pain and trouble. Some of you did it directly. Some of you did it indirectly by not saying anything, not trying to change anything.
They do.
Just because you benefited, say, hey, that bothered me. I'm cool. I'm good.
Now I can see the Euros and the Arabs.
That's how you were.
And the other crew. But how
black
some of the
people
Africans
very long time. So don't be shocked that black people are like, I'm cool. When you say all these things are happening, all these mass firings, this, that Trump is doing, black people like, I'm cool, because that's our life anyway. Mass firings, please.
All of
We've
them.
been fired from so many jobs over the years. That's man. You lose count.
Okay, but explain to me of why the Africans are.
You see, we all right?
Just told you that
we find a way to make it, right?
Okay,
and you find a way to make it too. Or you'll fall apart. Either or you straight yourself out, get sick, whatever.
I'm going to say it again, crew. All right, please listen to me when I say this.
They won't stop leaving us alone because they're so used to us being a slave. You have to understand that. We've been slaves for everybody.
Europeans came down and
we've been slaves
and deceived them
because we have been slaves for way too long. As Black Americans fighting for everybody else except ourselves.
That's what the case of CQ
was about. That's why they keep asking us, because we fight and don't even benefit. We fight and they benefit. You understand?
They don't.
So that's why we have to chill out. If we get out there, you just being a slave all over again. Who wants to be a slave? We was freed a long time ago. You're not fighting a noble cause for these people. They're not going to appreciate it. None of them know.
Everywhere
they're going to walk over us, treat us any kind of way, and that's what it is. Yeah, I don't care
about that. No, he did it in Africa, he did it in Asia, he did it here in the United States. Divide and conquer.
So yeah, we kind of figured this, but we're gonna go over the official information.
I'm really not, but the governments of those countries. I'm not trying to get into an argument with you about this, Shabaka. What he's talking about is the governments of these weren't even countries back then. There was no Ghana back then. There was no Senegal back then. There was no African Republic back then. There was no Chad. There was none of that back then. There were kingdoms. So do those kingdoms owe for their participation in the slave trade?
Well, they got kidnapped too. That's what happened with CQ.
Okay,
the king's son. Why would the king sell his own son into slavery? Just riddle me that. That's all.
Because he owed a debt. And that's how they did things. That's how they handled debts in those societies. They would sell off their family members to pay the debt.
Divide and conquer. Right. Okay.
No, it wasn't even divide and conquer, Shabaka. That was how it was on the continent at the time.
Riddle me this. Okay, riddle me this.
If you were with a warring nation, right, you became a prisoner of war. So
but they were incorporated into the conquering empire, Brother Che. That's how King Shaka built the Zulu nation.
Incorporated, but they still had to eat after them. They still had to do everything after them. So you're incorporated, yes. It's not the barbaric slavery that the European brought, but it's still a form of servitude.
Well, only thing I can say about that is this. Oh shit, I got to pull it up, man, because we did an episode on Shabbat, Brother Che, and I think we had a couple of scholars on there that came on. But it is complicated. But the point of what I'm getting is we don't owe this Caucasoid nothing except a foot in his ass.
Yeah, I agree, Shabaka, but Cruz saying...
Then they found out, and continuing Nzinga was fighting not to capture just middlemen, but still be part. But you see, but Her Majesty Nzinga, as we had went over, is that when the Portuguese had came down there and told her that she was a colony of Portugal, she went on a war path for the rest of her life for over 50 years, and she put a lot of hurt on them motherfuckers.
Yeah, she wanted them to get the hell off the block. She wanted them to get the hell off the block.
Yeah, she told them to shake the spot and made them leave all the way until she died. She became queen at 15, and she died at age 85.
There's no, I have no issue with that. The tribes did exist.
No, we are from nations. The tribe is the European. What they call these motherfuckers, the Dutch tribe.
Well, there was no Igbo tribe. There was no Asante tribe. There was no Fulani tribe. Those tribes didn't exist. There was just
but Brother Che.
So
Brother Che,
it was just the
you do this to me every time, man. Now I got to spend all daggone day tomorrow, man, to do research. Why do you do that too? Laughing out loud.
Laughing out loud because that's what we do. We do research on these platforms. American Indians didn't really war. We would play fight.
American Indians, we would play fight.
Rarely one would die, and one who killed had to mourn 300 or 30 days.
No, 30 days alone, a month. Okay. All right. Okay. All she was fighting for was not to be a block runner. No, she was trying to preserve her nation, crew. All right, but crew, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up Her Majesty again, you know what I'm saying? Because she does have a long, detailed history. And from what I understand, Nzinga was fine as hell, too. Ashanti Kingdom, okay, Igbo Kingdom, however the name exists. Man, crew, you and Paris do this shit to me all the time, man. Now I gotta spend all damn day tomorrow reading, man. Sometimes we teach the youth, sometimes we teach the elders laughing out loud. Well, you know what they say, crew, there ain't no fool like an old fool, and believe me, I've seen a whole lot of goddamn old fools. You know? Yeah,
we had one in the chat not too long ago. Goddamn Rigo punk ass.
Oh, right. Okay. All right, man. So can you guys give me about a week to research this here, please?
Yeah, we got
Brother Che. Okay, and Brother Che, please shoot me an email, man, if you can in your spare time, because I know you do a lot.
Yes, sir.
Serving the community, but we want to get the shit right. Now, people, crew, Brother Che, you already know. If we disagree, let us disagree.
So let's get back on topic, and the topic was what the brother said about these other groups. He gonna set it out and watch and see what they do. And Uncle Phil said, hell with watching what they do, just completely tune out. Okay.
Oh, so she's delaying to get rid of this tether or this house nigga, Eric Adams.
Yeah, that's the next topic, but the previous topic was about the brother that said he's just gonna sit it out and watch what they do. And Uncle Phil was saying, to hell with watching what they do, we're just gonna sit it out all together. So what are your thoughts on that with these OTBs? They begging for our help. They want us to come to their rescue, and we like, fuck no.
No, we can't do it no more, man. We already did it, and the only thing they did in the long run was stab us in the back. We can't do it no more.
Right.
See, my generation already made the mistake of that. You see?
We already made that mistake. Being too all-inclusive and all-forgiving, and here we are.
Yeah, diversity and all that. I'm not going to do nothing strictly for black people. No. That bullshit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, since Lady Che is asleep, unless Lady Che have okay, Lady Che is gonna.
Let's be only on this topic.
Okay, and I can give you one more hour, Brother Che, because I've been really using this data a lot, man, and they're probably going to kill it, man, within about 7 days.
Hold on, Shabaka. Let's hear from Lady Che. Go ahead.
Said it was on a fucking black vacation like 2 years ago. They're just barely catching up. Shame on you, motherfuckers. I've already been said that. Sit and wait for what? To do what? Why? That's just like you still aligned with the white man. You gonna wait for see what the fuck he up to? Gives a fuck. We're not supposed to be paying attention to anything they're doing. We're supposed to be working on us and what we're supposed to be doing.
He wasn't talking about the white man per se. He was talking about these OTBs.
OTBs, women, bitches, white men. I heard what he said. I heard exactly what he said.
Other groups.
I know what he said, Jesse. What I'm saying is, why the fuck would you be concerned about that? You're still in slavery. Like, no. You're not supposed to be thinking about what the fuck what they're on. Fuck them.
It was in response to what they were putting out.
Fuck them.
They were putting out all these videos talking about where the black people at.
Jesse, I'm the one who told you about that. I said, look, check it out. Look, my stance has been clear since the last 2 years. I'm on Black vacation. I'm not worried about what they're thinking about doing. I don't. As a matter of fact, I think it's pretty motherfucking comical. You can ask for all the help in the world, set up all your motherfucking Batman signals. We are not coming. We refuse to come help you. Why? You had your motherfucking chance for what? 400 years?
Okay.
If not longer. So no. This right here would be stupid of us to give up our fight just to go rescue motherfuckers out of shit you don't put yourselves into. And no, we're already knowing what's happening with the government. Obviously, you see, we're not making no moves, right? So we're not gonna help you. Especially white bitches. We ain't helping you for shit.
Right.
And you looking to a sister to help you, you might as well look to your white sisterhood. We ain't helping you motherfuckers. We're not gonna help you. We made a collective, quiet decision, and we decided we were just gonna hold our own nuts and do our own shit like we always been doing. And you motherfuckers can figure it out on your own since you like to keep us enslaved and whatnot. Now the enslaved is free, kind of, and we just mind our own business. Serves you right. Nope, we ain't helping. We shouldn't help, and there's not gonna be a good time in the next year and a half for us to get involved with their shenanigans. There will not be a good time for us. Us removing ourselves from the collective is just digression.
I agree, lady.
I don't think that from now until 2025, right?
Yeah, we're in 2025.
Now till 2028, it's gonna be a good time, anytime, to pick up the mantle. Now, in the off cases of justice for one of our brothers and sisters to get unalived by the
12.
By 12, that's a different subject. And even then, we will not be asking you for help. I don't think that even asking these motherfucking bum ass ambulance chasers is like asking a white man. So, and all they are about is money. We're not we should agree already that collecting money off of your family is a bad look.
Right.
It's a bad look.
We should have learned that from stuff.
They had asked you for us to show up and protest where you select a settlement is a bad look, and we won't be doing that either. So,
remember, don't you love me?
It's just a bad thing altogether, because when you take a settlement and then you go and you raise your fist and ask for justice, is a slap in our face.
Crew's agreeing with you as well.
But it also makes us look stupid. And since we are not a dumb race, we are not a dumb people.
Right.
We will not be doing dumbass shit.
Right.
So this will be us doing our best to recognize. We'll be looking at shit, deciding case by case whether it is for the collective or not. If it's not for the collective good of black people, foundational Black Americans in the Americas, we'll sit our motherfucking ass down.
Yeah.
Don't ask. You should might as well consider we're not here. We're not available.
Right.
As far as watching what's going on with the government.
Okay, I'd like to read something. When Lady J finishes.
Yeah, go ahead, Lady J.
As far as the government is concerned, they never had our best mind. They never had our best interests at heart, and they continuously showing. They don't think about black folk. They're just doing whatever, and it's really hurting all of them. So as we sit back and watch it, we just sit back and we're not clapping, we're not joyous. We just mind our own motherfucking business, because it's better that way. We don't have to be involved to see what the fuck you're going through.
Right.
Imagine
a motherfucker prank you.
Give you $40. We're not going. You cannot pay to disrespect me. I agree with you, crew. See, that's the problem with these brain dead motherfuckers, man. They're busy out there selling their ass like a homosexual for some chump change with this bullshit like this trick Eric Adams.
Oh yeah, we about to get on his ass next. Lady Che, were you done or did you have more?
Done.
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
All right, let me read this right here, Brother Che.
I can read what you want to read.
Yes, sir. Okay, Royal African Company. All right, and this source of this information is Life Upon These Shores by Skip the Truth Gates. I hate this bastard. Okay. To solve vexing labor shortages in its Caribbean colonies, the British Crown in 1663 granted a slave trading monopoly to the Company of Royal Adventures in Africa. But in the early 1670s, the firm failed, and most of these vessels returned to privateering. Then the Royal African Company was founded in 1672 to organize and expand the English slave trade and thereby provide the colonies with a credible source of labor. Among its investors was the Duke of York, later James II, members of the royal family, and various peers. Another investor was the famed philosopher John Locke, who served as Secretary of the Committee on Plantations. Secretary of the Committee on Plantations, keep that in mind. His two treatises on government, 1689, will form the backbone of American revolutionary ideology in the next century. And the second treatise, Locke exclaimed that all men should be protected from the arbitrary will of another man. See the hypocrisy of these Caucasians? But in the same pages, he also defended the permanent enslavement of captives taken in war. Once again, as I said, as the slave market grew, they approved the charter for the Carolina colonies that granted free white men total, repeat, listen, now this is what I try to tell dumb bunny Sarge, that granted free white men total domination over their black slaves. Okay, and ain't just here something we got with Brother Che, you mentioned about the Casual Killing Act. Locke's two treatises expressed the traditional European understanding of the relationship of war to enslavement, but it also conveniently enhanced his investment in the Royal African Company. In 1690, the first rice was planted in the Carolinas, and within 40 years, the region would produce rice prodigiously, as shown in a late 18th century advertisement. For the cultivation of the staple crop, the Carolinas were dependent on the labor of African slaves. So therefore, that goes to prove why they owe us the goddamn reparations. Seeking to increase its share of the African slave trade, the company enlisted the services of Ayuba Ibn Solomon Diallo, better known as Joe bin Solomon Jallo, born in Senegal in 1702 to a prosperous and influential Muslim family. Diallo trained in Quranic and Arabic studies in 1730. Mandingo kidnappers seized him and sold him to an English trader. Now, and keep in mind that the Mandingo were prime slaves that they had won, okay? They were transported to Annapolis, Maryland, put to work on tobacco farms. He ran away, but was quickly captured and imprisoned. One day, most improperly, Diallo sat down in his prison cell and wrote a letter in Arabic to his father back in Senegal, a lawyer named Thomas Blewett. Okay, now we got a contradiction here. Now, if you write to your father in Senegal, why the fuck would he have a slave name who just happened to be traveling through Annapolis, obtained the letter and sent it to James Oglethorpe, director of the Royal African Company? Oglethorpe had translated it by a distinguished professor of Arabic at Oxford. Arabic at Oxford.
But there was no Senegal back then. So I don't know who was right to, because there was no Senegal back then.
Well, this is Skip the Truth Gates. Okay, let me say this. This is Skip the Truth Gates. Okay.
Senegal, but there was no Senegal back then.
Okay, all righty. Okay, realizing that the raise funds, okay, he brought him to London, where he became the toast of the town. Blewett had Diallo's portrait painted and even published. A memoir in 1734 about this African Muslim. In London, Diallo came to the attention of the Royal African Company, which saw in him an ingenious way of penetrating the dominance of the French in the slave trade in Senegal. Once the fuck again, they use divide and conquer. Now, Crew says, now you know they're going to say dude was Arab in Senegal. The punishment changed him. Okay, but Crew, Lady Che and Jesse, what I'm saying is, okay, now I agree with you on that there, Cruz, because see, the white man is the one that came up with the imaginary borders. Yeah, you are right about that. Okay.
But there were already borders. Like there's a map. They already have pre-existing borders, Shabaka. The European just went in and put their own on top of what was already there.
Yeah, the Berlin Conference. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the moral of the story is this. This is the more reason why we got to have the cohesiveness amongst ourselves. All that we read right here is that they divide and conquer. Okay, they sold out their own tribalism. They're always tribal. That is why Sudan is going on right now. Okay, yes, South Sudan, North Sudan, all that. But the trip is that the European is sitting up there playing both ends against the middle. What's his main thing? Like he did to the so-called American Indian, okay? Divide and conquer.
Yeah, that's what they do everywhere they go, they divide and conquer. It don't matter what.
Okay, but you see, Brother Che, this is why, as you know, you've done it, I've done it. When we had Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancement, we just simply push the eject button on these motherfuckers.
Yeah, like I pushed the eject button on these goddamn trolls.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I mean? Say, our unity is the biggest fear in them, okay? Both ends were always playing against each other in the first place. But Crew. But the white man had came up there with his bullshit because of his double speak.
What Crew's saying is there was already some kind of dissension, some kind of disagreement going on, and all the European did was exaggerate it and make it worse in order to enslave the people of that land.
Yeah, right. It's called propaganda. You see what I mean?
They did it in 3 ways. They sent the missionaries. They sent the missionaries first.
Then the military.
No. Then the merchants.
Right. Then the military.
Then the military. Yeah.
Okay. Like Crew is saying, yet we should all unite against them. Maybe. Well, Crew, I probably will not be here, man, due to the law of biophysics on that, man. So that task, man, is going to be up to the generations after me.
You got people that look just like us, Shabaka, that refuse to say the words white supremacy. So how can you do something like that?
I know, Brother Che, I know. It's a lot of work. It's climbing a mountain at a 60-degree incline, which is damn near straight up. Okay. Oh, I see. Shabaka, you hear what Jesse said to me yesterday? I'll send you a fake email. and then that's how it starts. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? See, the Caucasoid lies, deceit. You see what I mean?
Yep.
You see?
All right, so moving along, we got Eric Adams. Oh, Big E. He is looks like he's gonna escape getting demarried by Kathy Hochul. So Brother Rob.
They all in cahoots with each other because that's one of their niggas they got on puppet strings, and they're gonna keep his bald-headed, stupid black ass up there, you know, the yas ball, skin and grin and all that bullshit. Just like the same goddamn thing they're doing with what's the broad who's the mayor of LA, man? Karen Bass. Yeah. Say black mayor ain't shit. The only black politician I'm voting for is Jesse Paris if I'm eligible to. The rest of you motherfuckers out there, kiss my ass. And I want to make that perfectly clear.
And don't forget Lady Che. Lady Che, if she was in.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, she's running for office too. Okay.
But I think I'm waiting till 2028 because I've been kind of behind.
2027.
2027 on what's going on in Aurora. And matter of fact, I'm like, but support everybody. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not the look they want.
Each of them has bullshit on them. First one to break, they all go down. Yeah, you're right.
Yep. So he said, no, I'm not following. You're doing your bidding. No more biting. And then, Eric, remember all those trips you got?
Yeah, exactly. And then when his black ass became the mayor, Brother Page, you remember we showed that video when he was walking in to get inaugurated and the sister asked that bald-headed,
but he was
looking phone down motherfucker. And the sister said, what are you going to do for black folks? He didn't say nothing, turned his back on. You see, fuck motherfuckers like him. Yeah. Same thing with Canberra, same thing with London Bridge. You see, and who was that sorry ass nigga you all had mayor of Denver before? What's his name?
Cancun.
Right.
Yeah, that lobbyist. Now he's a lobbyist.
He's a lobbyist.
He's been a lobbyist the whole goddamn time. That's who was paying him. That's who was donating to his campaign coffers. Ooh, right. All right, so Eric Adams, he's gonna avoid being demayored. So Black Light Revelations gonna give us an update on that. Brother Rob, shout out to him out of Ohio.
Yeah.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul will not remove Mayor Eric Adams right now. Now, that, in my opinion, is not the most interesting thing about this situation. The most interesting thing about this situation is that the way that Kathy Hochul is moving with this, the way that this entire thing is rolling out, this really exposes exactly how anti-due process and how weaponization of the law and power and infrastructure the Democrats are. Mind you, regardless of what people think about Eric Adams, the man didn't get any due process. He has not been found guilty of anything, right? And ironically, in Kathy Hochul's move, Eric Adams is being punished for something he hasn't been found guilty of. As we'll read later, she's saying that she'll, quote unquote, limit his power and he'll have increased oversight. For what? He hasn't been found guilty of anything. He hasn't gone to trial for anything. You know what I mean? So what this shows is that the Democrats, they do not mind circumventing the Constitution at all. This is a solid, undebunkable case of this happening. All right. Another thing that I found interesting is that I continued to ask about the demographics of the people who were rushing to the Mayor Eric Adams lynching. These people rushed to the Mayor Eric Adams lynching. And, we continuously asked what the demographic of these people were. All right. Now, we've seen several clips that has exposed who these people are and what their demographic is. So for the most part, everyone should know. But if you're not aware, make sure that you leave it in the comment section. Why is that important? For one, they ran to Kathy Hochul and said, yo, you know what I'm saying? This buck here is out of control. They ran to Kathy Hochul with that. You know what I'm saying? Pay close attention, right? And in return for their loyalty, right? Because they were prodding Kathy Hochul to use her power. In return for their loyalty, Kathy Hochul, got into position and took a big heaping crap on them by saying, hey, I'm glad you guys came to me with this, but at this time, I'm just gonna let Mayor Eric Adams be the mayor. Wow. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you talk about hustling backwards, right? So let's actually check this out. We got two articles from 4 NBC New York, and it says New York Governor Kathy Hochul will not remove Mayor Eric Adams right now. All right. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is set to announce that she will not remove embattled New York City Mayor Eric Adams from office, quote unquote, right now. A source familiar with the situation says, but Hochul plans to impose strict guardrails on her fellow Democrat Adams administration. And again, for what? You know what I'm saying? For what? He hasn't been found guilty of anything, right? I mean, how do you do this? There's no justified reason to do this. And again, what people will really need to pay the most attention to is pay the most attention to his allies, pay attention to his brothers and sisters, and see who they ran to, right? To get Eric Adams in check. I mean, this is you know what I mean? This is just the weirdo stuff that we see on a daily basis that we have to contend with, that, you know, for the most part, we have to just not say anything about. I'm not going to not say anything about that. Find it weird. You know what I'm saying? Adams was indicted in 2024 on federal corruption charges and since has sought to curry favor with President Donald Trump. And again, sitting down with Tom Homan and saying you'll cooperate with the, you know, ICE initiatives, that's currying favor with Trump. Is it really? Saying, you know, hey, let's not call the guy the H word, that's currying favor with Trump. Okay. Yeah, New York Governor Kathy Hochul is set to announce Thursday afternoon that she will not remove embattled New York City Mayor Eric Adams from office right now, according to a source familiar with the situation. But Hochul plans to impose strict guardrails on her fellow Democrats' administration, the source said. Hochul has scheduled a 4 p.m. Eastern Time news conference to discuss her decision about who was indicted last year on federal corruption charges. The governor on Tuesday held a series of meetings with political figures that Al Sharpton just happened to pop up at to discuss Adams' fate. And then his fate hasn't changed. You know what I'm saying? A day earlier, 4 New York City deputy mayors announced that they had resigned, a move that Hochul said raises serious questions about the long-term future of this mayoral administration. Since being indicted, Adams has sought to curry favor with President Donald Trump, a Republican, quote unquote, widely unpopular in the heavily Democratic city. I don't know if I would go as far as to say that. Okay, sure. The Department of Justice last week asked a judge in U.S. District Court in Manhattan to dismiss the case, right? The judge, Dale Ho, conducted a hearing on that request Wednesday, but ended it saying he would rule later. 7 federal prosecutors, including the interim Manhattan U.S. attorney, resigned in protest of an order by a top DOJ official to dismiss the case. The DOJ argues that the dismissal is necessary to avoid harming Adams' ability to cooperate with the Trump administration's immigration enforcement policies and his ability to seek re-election this year. Adams last week agreed to follow federal immigration and customs enforcement agents onto Rikers Island, the city's largest jail complex. All right. So again, I mean, that's the extent. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the extent of what was done, and as a result of that, you know, he's been given an electronic leash. He's been given an electronic leash, which is very interesting. And again, he hasn't been found guilty of anything. You know, this is just, you know, Kathy Hochul is doing this, you know, as a quote unquote contingency, right? But how do you do something like this as a quote unquote contingency when someone hasn't gone through due process? See, this here is evidence that the Democrats, they don't care. They will circumvent the law and they'll use the law to their advantage to do whatever it is that they need to do. Yeah. So I guess there was a press conference, right? This was published 2 hours ago. Today is the 20th of February, 5:05 p.m. Eastern time. New York Mayor Eric Adams leaves press conference early and refuses to answer question about planned limits to his power. He said, listen here, don't ask me no more questions. You know what I'm saying? You keep asking me questions. Y'all not recognizing. He got it in his mad mayor bag. You know what I'm saying? Straight. Let's see what he's talking about.
You know, he's trying to get his lies straight.
End the press conference. Any questions about the Bronx and the community link? Henry, go.
Well, Mayor, we're talking about a big multi-agency initiative and an important one.
Yes.
Are you concerned about any limits to your power would stop you from running the city
Thank you,
like
guys.
this?
Thank you. It's ridiculous. Nothing about the Bronx. Thank you, guys.
Man, this motherfucker ain't shit. Another goddamn Uncle Tom Bradley. Another goddamn Uncle Tom Bradley.
Oh man, Eric Adams is hilarious, man. So apparently they had this question and answer session. During the question and answer part of a news conference to announce a multi-agency effort addressing public safety issues in the South Bronx, New York City Mayor Eric Adams ended the event early after being asked by a reporter about Governor Kathy Hochul's reported plans to put oversight into his authority. And again, he hasn't been found guilty of anything. How are we justifying this?
Right.
Hochul is expected to announce a plan to limit embattled New York City Mayor Eric Adams' authority and appoint a deputy inspector to oversee his office and affairs amid his corruption case controversy, according to a source familiar with the governor's plan. Now, this is what I find fascinating. What's the point of a court if you get found guilty without even going to court? What's the point of court? You know what I'm saying? A source with direct knowledge tells NBC News that Hochul is set to announce that she will not remove Adams from office right now, but will impose strict guardrails on his administration. Adams first received a question about the future of congestion pricing after the U.S. Department of Transportation pulled its approval of the program, and the mayor deflected before a spokesperson stepped in. Sorry, just to be clear again, we do this one more time. We're going to end the press conference. Any questions about the Bronx or the community, said his spokesperson. Mayor, we're talking about a big multi-agency initiative and an important one. Are you concerned about any limits to your power and how they would stop you from running the city like this? All right, guys, thank you. Ridiculous. Nothing about the Bronx. Thank you, guys, which that question was about the Bronx, but, you know, you see what they did there. Said his spokesperson, ending the conference early. Adams smiled and walked off stage, giving a 2 thumbs up as the Alicia Keys Empire State of Mind played on the speakers. Hochul is expected to announce her decision to not remove Adams from office, but to put those limits on his administration in a news conference Thursday afternoon, a source familiar with her plans said. The U.S. Department of Justice has moved to dismiss Adams' bribery and corruption case, appearing at a court hearing in Manhattan on Wednesday to advocate for the dismissal in front of a judge. If the judge grants the DOJ's motion, the case would be dismissed without prejudice, meaning it could be refiled at any time. Adams has pled not guilty and consistently denied any wrongdoing or any knowledge of any wrongdoing. You know what I'm saying? He said, I don't know nothing, B. You know what I'm saying? They keep coming at me with this nonsense. I don't know nothing, B. I don't know nothing, B. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't know, man. How do you guys feel about Eric Adams getting, oversight and controls imposed on him? You know, my thing is he hasn't gone to court. There's not been any findings. I think it should raise some questions how okay it is that people would support the Democrats, Kathy Hochul in particular, in doing this, and then turn around and say that they're pro due process. The Democrats are part of the party that likes to fuel outrage anytime they can attach themselves to a black male getting shot, running away from police officers, or unarmed. The major talking point that the legal people like the ACLU use when they attach to these talking points to make massive amounts of money is that the person didn't get their due process. And here that very group of blue individuals is utilizing their power to circumvent due process. I find it very hypocritical. I believe that it really needs to be addressed face to face. Let me know what you guys think, how you all feel about it. Maybe you feel the same way that I do. Maybe you don't. Let me know in the comment section. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you're not subscribed,
make sure y'all subscribe to
Frontline. Like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. We're not giving you motherfuckers no goddamn free advertisement. You got to pay us.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on what Rob just laid out about Kathy Hochul's real motivation behind keeping Adams?
Okay, they probably got some backroom deal going on, man. I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts. Politicians are corrupt. Eric Adams is a coon. Okay. Who knows? Maybe Kathy Hochul or whoever she is want Eric Adams to fuck her or something. I don't know. And fuck Eric Adams. You know what I'm saying?
But is he guilty is the question.
Is Eric Adams guilty? I think the motherfucker's guilty. I think he's guilty as hell.
Of what though?
Wait a minute. What's that shit there about equal protection under the law? Guilty of that bullshit right there, serving his own self-interest, taking all these fancy trips at taxpayers' expenses. So that's a misappropriation case. But you have more legalese knowledge than I do. Okay. And the fact of the matter is, we got to build for ourselves, you see what I'm saying, and not be wasting our times with these white folks, period, because they don't mean us no goddamn good. They've proven it again and again and again. All they are is about divide and conquer.
Okay, well, we have covered this extensively about how the Democrats will use lawfare against people they don't like or have got out of line.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Eric Adams is just one example of that. He's not the only example. Yeah. He's one example of it. I guess he's the most recent example.
Same thing with Karen Bass in Los Angeles.
Well, like you said, she ain't got no power on the board of supervisors, the LA County.
Yeah, no, she has no power as a mayor. She's a figurehead. Mm-hmm. Okay, because you got the city of Los Angeles, and I'm just saying this here for our listeners, and you have the county of Los Angeles. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like you got the city and county of New York, I believe, where Eric Adams is.
Just like you got the city and county of Denver.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you all got 5 different counties in one city. I don't understand that shit.
Not in one city, surrounding one city.
Damn. Yeah. Say, and what it is that you got all this ambiguity, off in these damn laws. And any law that is so ambiguous that it cannot be understood by the common man is not a statute. Dr. Huey Percy Newton.
Okay, so what statutes are he in violation of?
Well, one is, although I've never been to New York City, never lived there, I'm just going to say, now these are assumptions, and please in the chat room, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, one is he violated the public trust, taking the free trips, which are bribes for him to sign and introduce certain legislation, to benefit other groups.
Who's promoting terrorism?
Okay, now Shabaka says, right, because Adams had no court, right. Thank TMH, me and Shabaka agree. What's TMH, crew? What?
No, it's not the Mile High News.
Right.
It's one of these channels that we both subscribe to. I'm trying to remember what it is.
Okay. I think he's thanking the channel that broadcasts the story. I'm gonna put 1888 DHS2 ICE in my lower banner for all future streams. Okay.
Oh yeah, I have it. I have the whole number.
Okay.
I got the whole number. I forgot who I got. I think I got it from Black Truth United. I got the whole number. The Most High God. Okay, that's what the TMH is. The Most High.
Oh, okay. The Most High. Gotcha. Okay. All righty, crew. Okay. All righty. Okay. Now, and like I said, unless there's a way I can vote for you, Jesse, I'm done with elections.
Yeah.
If we're going to go by law and rules, due process, etc., or we're going to go off of rumors. Yeah. Okay. Now, crew, that's a good point. But whose law and whose rules? Chicago is all Crook County, but 5 other counties with Crook County have the most votes in the entire state. Yeah, because I think in Illinois, the most populated cities is Chicago, Springfield, Peoria, and
Rockford.
Shit.
Rockford.
Right.
Or Joliet.
Yeah, Joliet, there you go, where the slammer is.
Mm-hmm.
How has he violated anything without due process?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I'm wondering the
in my
same
opinion,
thing.
crew. Okay. But like I said, see, these black ass politicians never means okay, TMH means most high. If you need to call ICE to report suspicious illegal alien activity, call 866-347-2423. You can also report suspicious activity to ICE. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. But see, but all this is going down, Brother Che, is because we got too much ballot or you know what. Yeah. That's what the X-Man said. You see.
Oh, I think
Springfield, Peoria do not hold a condom to 3 Chicago burbs. Okay. And I think the main the Chicago suburbs is Markham. Let me see, what's the other one? Markham, Harvey. Okay, shit, I'm trying to remember the third one because it's been a while since I've been to Chicago. Crew.
Dalton.
There you go, Dalton. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, where they got the crooked mayor out here in Las Vegas.
The super mayor.
Shit. Yeah, wish the hell I could find her and have her break me off for $100,000.
She flew
Harvey,
out.
Yeah.
You might have caught her on one of the casinos. She was out there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and Evanston. Yeah, that's it, crew. Evanston.
In North Chicago, Waukegan, Gurney.
Right, Waukegan, Illinois. Yeah. Markham.
Bloomingdale, Cicero.
Yeah, Cicero. That's where Al Capone used to live. That's racist city for real. They don't allow colored out there.
You said Orland.
Okay, Orland. Okay, we have 5 big burbs and a bunch of other bigger than other states' major cities. Yep. Okay, all righty. Okay.
There are some big
Orland. Okay.
And then they said in Northeast Indiana. So Hammond,
which is right across the street from Chicago, is because I kept missing a turn. Yeah, I kept missing a turn off the south side and had to wind up going to Indiana. Motherfucking nigga telling me in a goddamn toll booth. I said, man, I missed my turn. Can I tell you? Man, you still got to pay the toll, bro. Man, that motherfucker was pocketing that goddamn money, man. That nigga wasn't fooling me. Shit.
Right.
You know?
You still got to pay the toll. Fuck.
Yeah, ain't that a bitch? Yeah. Oh, you know, Markham is when I had a court a lot of times.
You talking about on that, what is it called? The Van Buren Expressway?
No, in Chicago, you got the Eisenhower Expressway.
Oh, the Eisenhower Expressway.
Yeah, the Dan Ryan Expressway.
Dan Ryan.
And then just like
Dan Ryan Expressway.
Yeah.
I stand correct.
And then, you know, they went through the black community, tore up a bunch of black homes on that under eminent domain to build the damn thing.
Everywhere there's a highway and a ball stadium, Shabaka, they did that. Hammond, Gary, Mark Ham is when I had court.
Yeah, Markham, not Mark Ham, it's Markham, Illinois. Yeah, it's Markham. Hammond, Gary, Crown Point, yeah. Because I had relatives that stayed in Markham, Illinois. You know? Okay, still got to pay the toll in Illinois. Yeah, man, come on, crew. Motherfuckers up there putting that bullshit in their pocket, man. You know what I'm saying? Kedzie and 167th Street is Markham Courthouse. Yeah, Kedzie, that's on the west side of Chicago. I've been down Kedzie.
That's all the South Burbs,
Yeah, but Kedzie, man, is a real long street, man. That goes all the way over there on the west side. Yeah, Halsted, 2 miles from me. Yeah, I know where Halsted Avenue is. Yep. He says he's 30, crew Route 30, Astoria, Oregon to Atlantic City. Atlantic City's in New Jersey. Okay.
Yeah, not New Hampshire.
Yeah, it's in New Jersey because Interstate 80 goes right through downtown Chicago. And Interstate 80, that motherfucker will take you all the way from San Francisco. Okay, he says between Kedzie and Halstead. Okay. And Interstate 80 will take you all the way from San Francisco, California, all the way to Ocean City, Maryland.
Yep. And then, what's it called? 94 goes through there. The 90 goes through there. They like merge.
Yeah, right. 90 and 94 hook up in Chicago because 90 would take you all the way from Seattle, Washington, all the way over there.
Yeah, it's a
if
type.
I'm not mistaken, of Baltimore.
We got him excited. We got him mistyping. He
said, New Jersey typo. You all got me excited, laughing out loud. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
No, that or no.
20 miles from Route 66. Yeah, get your kicks on Route 66.
Yep.
From Chicago to LA. Yeah. Start with Chicago, St. Louis, Missouri. Then you hit Tulsa, Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You know.
Hello, Amarillo and Gallup, New Mexico.
Gallup, New Mexico.
Yeah. Flagstaff, Kingman, Arizona. Don't forget Winona. Okay, you can visit me in Fargo, North Dakota. Off of that. Fargo, North Dakota, man. I know you real cool up there, man. Woo, shit.
I don't think he's going back to North Dakota anytime soon.
Yeah, man. I've been through eastern Montana, man. I was only like about 25 miles from the North Dakota state line.
He caught a case out there, Shabaka. I don't think
who caught a case
out there.
Yeah, North Dakota, yeah.
Remember, he had to put in that white supremacist.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
But either way, he had put in work on this month. Yep, one white supremacist down in North Dakota.
One white supremacist down in North Dakota. I'll go back. They love me there. All right.
Okay.
You're a bad man, crew.
I would not be setting foot in no damn North Dakota.
Man, fuck North Dakota. Fuck Montana. Oh, it's beautiful up there. He says, I don't flee.
I know that's right.
Yeah.
Okay,
now, I remember one time.
I had another video about Eric Adams.
All right.
And it's from TD Media Group. He's going to give us an update on, look who's still mayor.
Okay, what's going on?
Federal judge paused Eric Adams' corruption trial indefinitely.
Oh, okay. So that means he paid off a judge. Okay. All righty. Okay. He wouldn't pay the motherfucker off. Okay. All righty.
Collaborate in how New York City's mayor gave in to Trump's migrant crackdown.
Migrant crackdown? You mean the migrant crackdown that everybody voted for when Trump won in a landslide victory over Kamala Harris? Is that what you're talking about? You're talking about the mass deportation that 60% of Americans support? You see how out of touch these DNC lunatics are? And when you see articles like this, that's so misleading because he didn't give in to anything. He didn't bow down to anything. What Eric Adams is standing on concerning working with ICE to remove illegal immigrant criminal migrants is the same stance he had with Biden. Okay. But these people are so deceptive and they're lying. And they can't help themselves. They do this all the time. It's no wonder people don't care to listen to them or watch them anymore, but instead will come and watch individuals like me and so many others across social media and on YouTube. I just wanted to highlight that for a moment because when I came across that article in passing, I just shook my head. You know, I just shook my head and go, typical DNC nonsense, right? Now, here's another thing, too. In New York City, you guys dodged a bullet. You really dodged a bullet by Governor Hochul not removing Eric Adams, right? You dodged a bullet because this guy right here, Jumaane Williams, he was going to be the mayor of NYC, had Kathy Hochul remove Eric Adams because he is the New York City public advocate, and the New York City public advocate for some reason becomes the next mayor. I don't even know what the New York City public advocate does. It really kind of sounds like a made-up position from what I'm hearing. But yeah, he would have been the new mayor. And just in short, because I don't want to spend too much time on Jumaane Williams.
Play mayor.
Jumaane Williams essentially is New York City's version of Brandon Johnson. That's New York's Brandon Johnson.
Deputy mayor.
That's who you would have been dealing with for the next couple of months had Eric Adams been removed. You would have had this guy as your mayor. And trust me when I tell you, he is New York City's Brandon Johnson. So you really dodged a bullet with that one. You dodged a major bullet with that one. But now let's get into what's going on with Eric Adams' case and whether or not the Department of Justice, the DOJ, will actually dismiss the charges, right? Because we all know that it was in the hands of Judge O. And on Wednesday,
it can be tried
Eric
again
Adams
and
and his lawyers led his
double
case
jeopardy.
to the judge on why his charges should be dismissed. What's happening with that right now? At the moment, absolutely nothing. Nothing. As you can see here, Eric Adams' case indefinitely adjourned by judge following DOJ request. Now, what's going on with all that? Why is it indefinitely adjourned? What's happening? Well, as you can see here, Eric Adams' New York City trial in limbo as judge appoints attorney to fight DOJ's bid to dismiss historic case. Let's check out the first two paragraphs of this article here. And then what I want to do is jump into a news clip. Mayor Eric Adams' criminal case will stay in limbo for several more weeks. As federal judge said Friday, he wants to hear from an independent lawyer before deciding whether to toss the charges. Manhattan federal judge Dale Ho ordered Adams' April 21st corruption trial adjourned as he appointed former U.S. Solicitor General Paul Clement to argue against the Justice Department's position that the mayor's case should be dismissed. What I want to do right now is play this news clip. And in the news clip, they're going to explain a little bit more of what's going on here with the judge and why the judge has not made a decision yet, but is instead looking, he wants to explore all, the areas of this argument, right? So I want to play this for you right now. And in my opinion, what's happening, and I'm going to get into why I believe this in a moment, but in my opinion, what's happening is that this judge doesn't want to be the one that makes the final ruling of dismissing the case. He doesn't want to be the one that does it. And I'll explain to you why that is in just a moment. But first, let's jump into this video clip here. Now, what I'm going to have to do is something that I don't like doing. And I'm going to have to play this directly off of YouTube. So give me just a moment as I pull that up. But as I'm pulling this video up directly off of YouTube, please make sure you hit the like button if you haven't already.
Like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. We can't do no more free advertising.
And the reason I don't like playing this stuff directly off of YouTube is a lot of times things get really wonky and kind of bootleg, But we're going to hope for the best with this. Okay, so let's jump into this clip right here.
Mayor Adams' corruption case. Good to be with you. I'm Gilma Avalos, and we just learned that a federal judge has put the case on hold and that the mayor's April trial date will not go forward. We want to bring in government affairs reporter Melissa Russo. Melissa, you've been reading over this 5-page ruling. Break it down for us.
It seems, Gilma, from a first read of this ruling, that the judge in this case is saying that the trial date that was scheduled for Mayor Eric Adams to begin on April 21st is adjourned. It's putting it on hold. Trial's not starting on April 21st. But the bigger issue that they were in court to discuss this week, whether or not this judge would decide to dismiss this case against Adams temporarily with the potential that it could be brought back at a later date, judge has not weighed in on that yet. So the judge has said he had limited discretion in this case because ultimately it's generally believed that prosecutors have the right to say if they want to dismiss the case. But
Trump would have pardoned him, but Trump needs leverage.
And the legal team, the two parties in the case, on the same side. And there's been some pushback since the hearing the other day from outside groups.
but Trump
good government
leverage.
groups, former prosecutors who just wrote a letter to the judge last night saying, Judge, we're only seeing one side of the story.
In other words, what Cree was saying is
full
Trump
picture.
can't get him
So
on
what the
puppet
judge
strings right
decided to do
now.
today
Or if
is
Trump pardons him now, he would have to have him on
to
puppet strings.
basically
Okay, that's about right.
name a constitutional expert. His name is Paul Clement. He has argued before the Supreme Court more than 100 times, and he has put Mr. Clement now in charge of an amicus situation. I'm not an attorney, so I won't get all the language right, but basically, Mr. Clement will be in charge of bringing arguments before the court, which means the judge wants to still weigh, going forward, the question of whether to dismiss this case against Adams. He wants the court to consider when should a court permit a dismissal of a case. Also, how is a judge supposed to decide whether a case should be dismissed temporarily, meaning without prejudice, or permanently?
Right. Yeah, you're right on that,
that's
Cree.
in there, because one of the big issues politically for Mayor Adams has been that because this move was to dismiss the case temporarily, there's this notion now in New York City that this is hanging over Mayor Adams's head, and that President Trump and his Justice Department have undue leverage over the mayor. So the idea that now the judge is suggesting that he wants to hear arguments on whether or not he can dismiss it temporarily or permanently throws a potentially new dynamic into this situation.
Yeah, and to be
We'll stop it right there. Let me explain something to you guys, right? And once again, this is just my opinion, what I think, what I believe, what I assume, right? The Judge Ho is very intentionally making this process overcomplicated. And he's overcomplicating it on purpose because he doesn't want to be the one to make the final decision on this matter concerning Eric Adams. And why is that, right? Why is Judge Ho overcomplicating this matter and talking about, well, let me bring another attorney in so that we can make sure we hear both sides. And hey, they want to, get rid of this case, but they're doing it without prejudice, and should I dismiss the case without prejudice, or can I dismiss it with prejudice, and blah, 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 blah. Let me explain something to you guys, okay? This judge, let me pull this article or this back up for you guys. This judge is Biden's guy, okay? That's why he's playing games, and that's why he doesn't want to be the one to make the final decision on it. To the degree that he still has to make the final decision, he wants to make that final decision based off the opinions and thoughts of all these other people and all these other scenarios. So when he does dismiss Eric Adams' case, when he does dismiss the indictment, he can fall back and say, hey, I was just doing what all the experts said that I should do. I was just taking into account all the things that the experts said, all what the other attorneys stated, other things concerning the Constitution. I took everything into consideration, and based off that, now I'm dismissing Eric Adams' case. This is solely and 100% him trying to protect his own behind with the Democrats. That's really all that this is, because once again, this is Biden's man. And I'm going to show that to you right now. He doesn't want all the chips to fall on him, and then now he's the one suffering the political backlash. Look at this right here. From the start, President Joe Biden's administration, let's start it one more time. From the start of President Joe Biden's administration, Ho had been considered a potential nominee for a federal judgeship. On June 7th of 2021, U.S. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer recommended Ho for a federal judgeship in the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York. On September 30th of 2021, Biden nominated Ho to serve as a judge of the court to the seat vacated by Judge Catherine B. Forrest, who resigned on September 11th of 2018. Now, check this out right here. Senator Joe Manchin was the only Democrat to vote against the confirmation of Ho's nomination, stating Ho was, and I quote, an extreme leftist. I'm going to repeat that again. Senator Joe Manchin stated that Ho was on the extreme left, air quotes, and accusing him of hateful words and partisanship. Later that day, his nomination was confirmed by a 50 to 49 vote. This guy, according to Senator Joe Manchin, is a hardcore extreme leftist. And Joe Biden wanted to appoint him from the start of his administration. He always knew he wanted this guy. So once again, now as things come back around full circle, when you're trying to figure out why is this being delayed and stalled out the way it was, because all day yesterday, I was checking my phone and constantly Googling Eric Adams to see what the verdict is. Is this going to be dismissed or is it not going to be dismissed? And I'm like, well, why is there no decision? What in the world is going on? Then you fast forward to today, the trial is suspended indefinitely. He wants to bring in another attorney. He wants to know if whether or not certain things are constitutional, whether they're not constitutional, whether he can, dismiss the charges with or without prejudice. When it was recommended that it be dismissed with prejudice. What is going on, and why is he making this so difficult? He's a DNC lunatic. He's playing partisan politics, just as Senator Manchin said. He's playing partisan politics. He's on the left. He's a Democrat, and he doesn't want to be the one to let Eric Adams off the hook. He doesn't want to be the one to let Eric Adams off the hook. At least not without having a bunch of other safety nets in place where he can point to this, that, and the third to say, well, hey, I had to let him off the hook because look at all of this. I had to do it. I find that very interesting. I find that very, very interesting, right? Now what I want to do is I want to jump over here, right? Because now that we got that out of the way, let's focus on the fact that Kathy Hochul is not going to be getting rid of Eric Adams as mayor. She's not going to be removing him, right? She's not going to do that. Why won't she be removing him, right? Despite all this, why won't she be removing him? Well, one of the reasons is this right here. Identity politics, as many like to call it, has come around to bite Kathy Hochul in the behind, right? It's come around to bite her in the behind. And we all know, how on the left and Democrats and whatnot, they love, LGBT this, race that, black this, Hispanic that, everybody's, homophobic, you're sexist, you're racist, you're xenophobic, all these things, right? Well, now it's come back to bite them in the butt, at least Kathy Hochul. Look at this right here. Hochul has been under intense pressure to remove Adams from office, but a group of Black lawmakers in a letter to Hochul disagreed. Hochul, you're racist. If you remove Eric Adams from office, Hochul, it's because you're racist. Look at this white woman who's going after this Black mayor. Wow. As Black legislators, we have seen this over and over again. Double standards and unfair process when it comes to our leaders. The letter says in part,
right,
if the move against the mayor is made,
Cruz, right,
a justifiable legal reason, our communities will never forget it. She had this on her back. Politics came back to bite Kathy Hochul in the butt because you had Black lawmakers in New York that were like, hey, bam, race card. You thought you were going to remove Eric Adams? No. You must be racist, Kathy Hochul. You must be racist. And then this also explains too. This also explains why she had, what's that charlatan's name? Al Sharpton.
Oh Lord.
This also explains why she had Al Sharpton. I
saw that bubblehead bastard on his
because what Al Sharpton was supposed to do is that he was supposed to be the buffer in between Kathy Hochul and I guess the Black community in New York, right? And that's why he was jumping through all these just kind of different and twisted leaps of logic to find a way to blame Trump for the mess that is New York City, as opposed to Kathy Hochul receiving the brunt of the blame for pushing the issue on trying to remove Eric Adams and turning everything upside down, right? Let's go back to what Al Sharpton had to say. And I want to pull this up for you right now. I'm going to play this one directly off of YouTube as well. But let's listen to this again, and how this just sounds ridiculous. This twisted logic that Al Sharpton is going to articulate in order to make everything Trump's fault, versus just being honest about the fact that, listen, these guys want to get rid of Eric Adams because he's operating with common sense and willing to cooperate with Trump, and they don't like it. Here, let's listen to this right now. Check this out.
They made a decision in Washington to ask that the charges against him be removed. And in the writing of the order that I read, they did not cite any of the legal reasons. They cited political and policy reasons. The real question is why they playing by two sets of rules. That's the real question. Well, you know, Eric, this, that, and other. Did you see the film on January 6th? Trump pardoned all of them. These people urinated in congressmen's offices. He pardoned all of that. Called them hostages. And now he turned around trying to hold Eric and the city of New York as hostages. Some of us won't sit by quietly. We're not calling on Hochul. We're calling on Trump to pardon him or leave it alone.
Al Sharpton, fuck you.
The logic is so upside down that this is Trump's fault because Trump wouldn't pardon Eric Adams. If Donald Trump would have pardoned Eric Adams, to which the case would have been dismissed altogether, then there wouldn't have been a problem. But because he didn't pardon him, now Kathy Hochul has to remove him? How does that make sense? That literally makes no sense. This is all Trump's fault because you didn't pardon Eric Adams. You pardoned the January 6ers, but you didn't pardon Eric Adams. And since you didn't do that and the case still stands, now Kathy Hochul has to remove him. That literally makes no sense. But that's how Al Sharpton had to twist this whole thing up in order to be that buffer in between the Black community in New York and Kathy Hochul. Because what it was turning into was a racial issue in New York. It was turning into an issue of, look at this white woman trying to remove this Black mayor. That's what it was turning into. And because we know Al Sharpton is always going to tap dance for the DNC. When they call, when Kathy Hochul called, he was right there to stand as that buffer in between Black folks and Kathy Hochul in order to protect Kathy Hochul. That is one of the major reasons why, if not the key reason why, she did not get rid of Eric Adams, because it was going to look ugly for her over there if she got rid of him. And the way that was going to get spun into a whole just kind of racial nuclear bomb down there in New York.
When
right?
I said,
but now, despite the fact that she didn't remove him, let me pull this up for you right now. Though she didn't remove him,
kids in the Bronx,
she did put restrictions on his authority. And there's one of the restrictions, one out of the 4 restrictions is actually, in my opinion, a pretty big restriction, pretty big one, actually. Give me just a second while I pull this article up for you right now. We're going to jump right into it. Hold on just a moment. Where is it at? Okay. Take a look at this here. Take a look at this here, right? So here are the restrictions that Kathy Hochul, why shouldn't she hasn't done them yet. They have to pass down the, it has to go down the proper channels, you can say, of passing the law in New York. But this is what she wants to do to him. The governor laid out her plan to limit Adams' authority at City Hall and increase oversight at City Hall, which would empower other state and city officials to keep the mayor in check. The new guardrails she plans to ask the state legislature to implement would include establishing a new state deputy inspector general with oversight authority to solely investigate New York City affairs, more money for the state comptroller to set up examinations of the city's finances, a new rule that would ban the mayor from firing the head of the city's Department of Investigation, but most importantly, this right here, and I'm going to zoom in more so you can see it clearly and so that I can read it better. Setting aside additional money for city officials, such as city comptroller, NYC public advocates, and city council speaker to hire outside counsel to sue the federal government if necessary, should Adams refuse to do so. That right there is major. All the other stuff that I just read is kind of like, but this right here is major, because now essentially what happens here is that the New York City comptroller, the New York City public advocate, which is Jumaane Williams, right? The New York City's version of Brandon Johnson, and the city council speaker, they can now overstep Eric Adams concerning filing lawsuits against the federal government, where they can't do it right now.
Not overdo.
So now, as Tom Homan and Eric Adams are collaborating in order to make,
I don't think in California the governor could do that.
The city comptroller, the public advocate,
I think that would be in California would be the attorney general,
and frustrate whatever they have going on.
I don't think you can do it
by filing frivolous lawsuits against the Trump administration to temporarily block these things. Whether or not they win the lawsuits,
75% of your money in case you have to pay 50% in lawyer fees.
Right. As long as they can frustrate these things, that's really all that counts. And that's the power that these three positions of office will say will hold if this stuff passes through the legislature in the state, which it will, right? In my opinion, it will. So this is pretty big. This is pretty big because, like I said before, NYC public advocate, he's New York City's version of Brandon Johnson. So you better believe he's going to be suing Trump like crazy every chance he gets. Once again, right now, they don't have the power to do this. It's only Eric Adams. So this is just to stand in the way of Eric Adams and whatever it is he may be trying to do with Tom Homan to make the city safe, right? And now, speaking of Eric Adams and Tom Homan, I want to jump into this interview here that Eric Adams did, I believe it was Wednesday after he left court. I want to play a few snippets from it because I found it very interesting, some of the things that he had to say. So what I want to do right now is that I have to play that directly off of here too. Like I said, normally I have this stuff queued up already, but today it just wasn't my day. And maybe if you guys can tell or you can't tell, I'm a little bit under the weather too. I'm a little clogged up. I'm a little backed up. All right. So let me pull this down really quickly and let me pull it right back up so that we can all watch this together as we close things out. Right. So give me just a second. While I'm pulling that up, please hit the like button.
Make sure y'all do the same Frontline Black News.
And make sure you follow me on Telegram. That is extremely important. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the live chat as well. Where is this at? I can't find it. Here we go. Okay. Boom. Let's jump into this right here. So there's all this conversation about apparently Tom Homan and Donald Trump are holding Eric Adams hostage. That's one of the kind of nonsensical lies that's being spewed, that they're holding Eric Adams hostage and then they're forcing Eric Adams to do his bidding. When Tom Homan and Eric Adams were on Fox and Friends, I believe it was sometime last week. Tom Homan made a comment to the degree of, he said, I'm going to be up Eric Adams' butt.
Right. He's right.
Any chance he gets.
The crew is right about that.
And people found a way to take that and spin that as, see, they're bullying Eric Adams. They're making Eric Adams do something that he doesn't want to do and that they're holding a case over his head so that he does it concerning, mass deportation. Well, Eric Adams is going to speak to that, and he's going to tell you how ridiculous and nonsensical that actually is. So I'll let Eric Adams speak for himself, and let's jump into this
California,
right
man, you could have cases go up to 10 years, crew.
That's what my attorney laid out today.
Many of your critics were troubled by your appearance with Tom Homan on Fox and Friends and the implication of this for that, a quid pro quo, and him saying, you know, he'll be up your butt. That disturbed a lot of your supporters, including the Reverend Al Sharpton, who said it appears that you're being
the
held
president,
hostage.
and then they get confirmed by the Senate, I believe.
One, Tom and I was ribbing each other.
If I got it right.
Coming on the stage.
Yeah.
We're two ex-police officers. This is what we do. We joke at each other. Some of our commentary is, you know, is inappropriate if you're on the stage. And he spoke with me, says, you know, Eric, we're on TV. I should not have said that. I apologize to you. And
Man, later for that double speaking motherfucker, man.
When he was interviewed, I was joking with Eric, you know. In a day and time where everyone is playing the word,
all that shit is
and,
double
you know,
speak.
we're trying to play got you. Listen, was he saying something that was trying to be offensive? No, he was not. It was clear when we saw the two of us sit down together, there was a cordial interaction. We had several interactions. I was joking with him backstage, etc. So we understand that. But I've been very clear, and I'm hearing people say over and over again, first black borough president. When you saw me wear that bulletproof vest and protect your children and families and started 100 blacks in law enforcement to fight for reform in the police department. When you saw me stand up what was right, even when I was in the agency that determined my status, I was still fighting for you. That's the same Eric. Fighting for working class people. And I don't blame them.
Man, Eric Adams, fuck you, man. You sound just like Uncle Tom Bradley, man.
Say, is this our same Eric? And I'm saying, yes, it is. Right. People want to fight me, I'm going to fight for New Yorkers. People want to talk about me, I'm going to talk about the things that New Yorkers need. I'm the same blue-collar, working class Eric Adams
saying worth listening to.
And I have to do that job to regain that trust, go back into the communities and speak with them.
So we'll cap it off here. You guys let me know, for those of you who live in NYC, how much of a shot does Eric Adams actually have at winning? From my understanding, the former governor, if he decides to throw his hat in for the race as mayor, Cuomo, it seems like he's pretty much a lock to win and to knock out Eric Adams if he does decide to jump into the race. You know, but I don't live out there, so I don't know to what degree that's true. I guess the polls out there show that if Cuomo does run, he's going to beat Eric Adams. I don't know how much better he would be. I don't know what his stance is on, you know, mass deportation and things like that. I haven't looked into that concerning Cuomo. I would assume that he toes the DNC line when it comes to these kind of things concerning mass deportation, sanctuary city status, and all that kind of stuff. But it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. But at the moment, you know, Eric Adams, he's still here. He's still in office. He's not going anywhere. He's definitely not going to resign. He's 100% in campaign mode, in re-election mode. We'll see if he could win re-election, but it's honestly, once again, it's looking like it's really between Eric Adams and Cuomo. It's in between those two. And if Cuomo doesn't jump in, Eric Adams pretty much has this on lock. And another thing too that I want to state before I head out of here that's really important is that the proposals that Kathy Hochul wants to bring down, the state legislator, in order to limit Eric Adams' powers, they would only last until the end of this year. And they would expire December 2025, right? This year. Obviously, that's post-election.
All right, I'm back, Shabbat.
It's my suspicion, but it'll have an option to renew it, right? She may bring it back, right? So if it's brought into law, here's what I'm saying. If it's made into law, it would be implemented up until December of 2025. But if she wants to re-implement it for the following year, so on and so forth, she can do that without having to have it run down a state legislator, right? So it would be at the governor's discretion now, whether or not she would want to continue on with that. And it's my opinion that she's doing that solely for the purposes of Eric Adams. If Eric Adams loses, and is not mayor,
military,
and he loses the mayoral
oh,
race
that's
this year,
right.
I don't see her extending those powers over past 2025.
One of Uncle Sam's.
But if he does win, I believe that she's going to keep that stuff in place, and she's going to roll it over into 2026, 2027, or for as long as she's governor. Because the what is it called? The gubernatorial. I hate that word, gubernatorial.
Yeah.
The gubernatorial race in New York is in November of 2026, right? But we'll see. We'll see how this all plays out. We'll see how this all plays out. But if you're in NYC, let me know what you guys think, man. Is Eric Adams going to win this again? Or does Cuomo have it in the bag? That's if he chooses to run. Let me know in the comment section down below. That does it for today's stream. Thank you guys for joining me today. And let me read off these super chats because I don't exist without you guys' support. So thank you.
Yeah, and we don't exist without your support either. So make sure y'all
exactly.
Black News.
Frontline Black News. Exactly.
All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on Big E? He's still the mayor and federal judge paused his corruption trial.
Okay, well, I would like to see that motherfucker arrested. I'd like to see him walk the concrete out there in the general population at Rikers Island. You see what I'm saying? Because everybody's supposed to have equal protection under the law. You see?
Well,
so
he get due process. That's part of the protection. He didn't get no due process.
But Eric Adams is a crook. Okay, just like you and I had witnessed when he got inaugurated. He walked right past the sister who said, well, Mayor Adams, what are you going to do for the black community?
Morally, he's corrupt. Yes. You get no argument from me.
Yeah.
He's morally
corrupt. As opposed to going to the black community, I would imagine it would be Harlem because I've never.
Unfortunately, neglecting black people doesn't qualify as an offense unless you're intentionally doing it. And I mean, we've seen with Rick Snyder in Michigan, he was intentionally poisoning a water supply.
Oh yeah, the governor.
The water's still fucked up.
Yeah, and they put his ass in jail too.
Because you have to be able to prove intent in those matters. But he's morally bankrupt, but he didn't commit no criminal offense.
Okay, all righty, and then also too, he's not giving black people equal protection under the law. Like I think that hypocritical document called the U.S. Constitution says some shit like that. And like I said, Jesse, the older I'm getting, motherfuckers like Karen Bass, Eric Adams, Brandon Johnson, you see what I mean? That's why you the only one who I'm going to vote for if you ever run in any election that I'm eligible to vote in. Okay. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. But these other motherfuckers, man, I can't do it no more, brother. It's just age catching up with me, man. I don't have time and energy to sit up here.
I hear you, Shabaka. I hear you loud and clear. So I'm going to move us along because I'm starting to get sleepy, and I know you're starting to get sleepy too, Shabaka. So I'm going to move us to the last two topics of the evening or the night, or it's now the morning, and that is Ralph Yarl's attempted killer passed away.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the law of biophysics took the old bastard out, who murdered young man.
And Professor Black Truth is going to give us an update on why we are sitting this rescue against ICE out.
Okay. All right. Then after the professor, I'm out. Okay.
It's just two Professor Black Truth videos, and then that's it. Yeah. So this first one is from Friday Crime Report, and he's gonna give us an update on the DA that let the white man who shot Ralph Yarl die free.
Wow.
And you punk ass Lester.
Yeah.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. This morning's briefing is going to be one part update, one part wake-up call. I'm sure that you recall the case of Ralph Yarl, a 16-year-old in Missouri, who was shot in the head and nearly killed by this 80-something-year-old bigot named Andrew Lester. And what was Ralph Yarl's crime that this old scumbag tried to kill him for? Merely for ringing the doorbell at the wrong house. This was not somebody who was looking for a reason to try to kill some child. He was just looking for an opportunity. He thought that he had found it. But he wasn't alone, of course. Of course, being the recipient of racial immunity from law, it took the authorities so long to get around to finally charging this guy. And when they did, they didn't charge him with attempted murder, which is what he should have gotten. Because as far as they were concerned, well, the kid didn't die, so who cares? It's not even a crime. Instead, they came up with first-degree assault and armed criminal action. That was it. This was treated as an assault charge and not the attempted murder charge that it actually was. And the authorities predictably decided to drag their feet. They were hoping that this case would die a natural death in the public eye, go away, and they could just go ahead and dismiss it altogether. This vicious animal had been allowed to remain on the loose all this while. The authorities were clearly giving this guy the white glove treatment. And it was only this month that they finally decided, well, something needed to be done. Let's go ahead and give this guy a sweetheart plea deal, which they did. And as a result, this guy was supposed to be sentenced on March 7th, but they were just setting this up to be probation, which was the idea. But of course, all of their legal maneuvering and deciding around turned out to basically be for nothing, or maybe it was for everything, because this Andrew Lester criminal, he died just a couple of days ago, which of course is exactly what the authorities out there wanted. They wanted to make sure that there was going to be no punishment for this criminal, and this was a plan from the very beginning. There would be no punishment, which if he had lived until sentence, is exactly what would have happened. And of course, the authorities wanted to make sure that they made it clear to everybody exactly whose side they were on. They didn't have even one word of concern or condolence for Ralph Yarl and his family, considering the fact this child was almost killed. Instead, they put out a statement saying, "We have learned of the passing of Andrew Lester and extend our sincere condolences to his family during this difficult time." While the legal proceedings have now concluded, we acknowledge that Mr. Lester did take responsibility for his actions by pleading guilty in this case. This is a criminal, a vicious, attempted murderer who attempted to take the life of a child. And here you got the DA's office putting out a statement that sounds and reads exactly like it would be written by a defense attorney, as opposed to a prosecutor. Here they are giving their sincere condolences to the family of this attempted murderer, this decrepit old wrinkled racist scumbag, and saying while the proceedings have concluded, he did take responsibility for his actions. This is not about responsibility. It's about retribution. The goal was never to get this reprobate to say, "I did it." Everybody knows that he did it. He couldn't deny that he did it. The goal was for him to be punished. At least the goal by the moral public was to see punishment exacted. But for the authorities out there, their goal was to make sure that justice didn't happen. This crime was carried out with their full approbation and support, and this is the proof of it. They're sitting here saying, "Oh, we're just so sorry that this old racist is dead. And if anybody thinks that he was a bad guy, well, he took responsibility for what he did," describing this as if this was a jaywalking case and not the attempted murder case of a child that it actually was. This, of course, is exactly what happened in the case of Carolyn Donham, who was responsible for the murder of Emmett Till, another black teenager. So the times change, but these racists don't. Dragging their feet is exactly what the Justice Department and all the local authorities did. They were all making it clear that they were on code. They were protecting this murderer, this accomplice in the murder and torture of a child. As far as they were concerned, this was a great victory for white power that had to be preserved. And they were also wanting to make it clear to everybody they stood in solidarity with the murderers. This was an expression of their solidarity for the killers and their contempt for black life. That's what it was meant to be, a racial statement. And it was Democrats who were in office when this heifer was allowed to slip into her grave, instead of spending her golden years in a cage where it belonged. And the same thing happened in this case. Now, this incident happened in Clay County, and the DA there is a creep named Zachary Thompson. When you look up his alleged political affiliation, he basically tries to purport himself as being some sort of independent, quote unquote, but that's not true at all. This guy is just your same old red state reprobate, though those blue state Democrat DAs, they're no different. know better. But just in case you're tempted to think that maybe this is where this ends, as I've already detailed for you in an earlier crime report on this very channel, this Clay County DA has also been allegedly handling another murder case involving a black victim and a white assailant. Timothy Haslett, you recall, was charged with first-degree murder for the 2022 death of Janie Crosdale. That killing happened in 2022 before the attempted murder of Ralph Yarl. And yet that DA out there, that Zachary creep, even after 3 years, he still hasn't gotten around to putting Haslett on trial yet. And keep in mind, Haslett also has been implicated in the kidnapping of another woman. I don't think he killed that one, but there's a slew of crimes that this guy has been involved with over the years. And nonetheless, the DA is still dragging his feet on this one. Gee, I notice a pattern forming here. It was only a few months ago that they finally got around to setting a trial date, which is December of 2025. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready. And always carry your steel. Power tools. Because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. So in a case like this, we can clearly see that out there in Clay County, the wheels of justice don't turn slowly. They just don't turn at all. So whenever we see these incidents happening, this is the obvious, indisputable proof that these are not some grand series of coincidences. This is standard operating procedure, because this is how things go normally under white supremacy. You don't get Black history, the authority doing everything to make sure that the guilty go free and that the innocent wind up behind bars. So the prosecutor, as far as I'm concerned, he is as guilty and complicit in these crimes as the perpetrators. He creates the very environment in the legal system that makes it where the operate with impunity. It is well known that this DA will drag his feet, offer them sweetheart plea deals, dismiss the charges, downgrade it, go ahead and do whatever he has to do to let them off with a slap on the wrist. And if all else fails, if they go ahead and get out of it, he'll then turn right around and congratulate them. Oh, you have my condolences. And let's not forget that this guy, he took responsibility, so he's a guy of character. That's what this DA does. Somebody like this, not only should he not be a prosecutor, he shouldn't be allowed to practice law, period. This guy should have whatever legal credentials he has stripped. And I'm not even talking about this guy working as a paralegal. I mean, he shouldn't be anywhere near a courtroom. But of course, we don't live under a system of justice. We live under a system of white supremacy. And that being the case, he's exactly the kind of piece of trash that they want in the courtrooms. This guy makes it very clear that as long as he's in office, he's going to make sure that there's going to be a color-coded system in place. And if you're black and your assailant is white, he's going to do everything that he can to make sure that there are no charges at all. Or if he's forced by public pressure to bring charges, he's lowballing them. And he's going to go ahead and push out the trial dates as far as possible in the hopes that the issue will die a natural death in the public eye, so he can go ahead and do some behind-the-scenes maneuver to bury the case altogether. That's the reason why I also bring up the case of Haslett. This is not just some one and done. It's not a matter of what happened with Ralph Yarl is horrible and black folks just need to be more careful. No. Criminals like this DA create the kind of legal somebody who's a serial criminal who no doubt has probably most likely killed other people as well. But those authorities out there, they're not exactly digging for dirt on as far as they're concerned. What, you expect them to work? So that's what this morning's crime report is about. It is a harsh reminder, I hope, to all of you that under white supremacy, nothing happens in a vacuum. There are all kinds of direct connections between the injustices and illegalities that we see and these horrifying outcomes that are produced. This is exactly what the injustice system was meant to do, to produce these outcomes. The biggest threats to public safety are not merely the reprobates like Andrew Lester and Timothy Haslett who commit these crimes, but also degenerates like Zachary Thompson and his ilk who make it their mission to protect these killers, insulate them from punishment, and then heap praise on them and give them sympathy afterwards. This is the reason why I've reminded you for many years now that it's not merely enough to make sure that the police are punished. It's also going to have to be our mission to ensure that these criminal DAs and these crooked judges are also held to account. If we're going to make sure that justice will finally be brought about in this wicked land, all of these individuals who have been acting as support staff for these killers, be they in uniform or not, they also have to feel the full weight of justice bearing down on them. And that doesn't come from the top down. It comes from the bottom up. It also comes from conscientious and moral citizens like you. You cannot say that you have a system of justice unless you have a social and legal environment where creeps like Zachary Thompson have the fear of God put into them before they decide that they're going to be going along with these killings and crimes, when they decide that they're going to be giving sweetheart plea deals, that they're going to be engineering probation charges, which is what he was really hoping to do with Andrew Lester, or deciding he's just going to play kick the can down the road for every one of these race killings that takes place. When these guys understand that that kind of maneuver carries real consequences, then we will have justice, but not before. As long as you have state bar disciplinary committees that never hold them to account, as long as you have the so-called authorities like the state attorney generals or the federal authorities who decide they're not going to do anything, you can't have justice. What you have is protection for the same old racial immunity from law. So make sure you keep in mind what these individuals are doing, and that there are other cases you've heard of that they're also trying to engineer unjust outcomes for. It's not enough merely to look over the shoulders of criminals in the courtroom like Zachary Thompson. The goal is also not just to get to the point where you're staring these kind of criminals in the face. In the end, they must also be punished. Only then, when the so-called authorities understand they can be held accountable for misusing their offices and trying to be collaborators after the fact with the crimes, when that happens, only then can you say we finally have justice.
Yep.
And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on the lookout, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Kathy Jackson, Najee95, Kwanzaa Vinji, Tyrone Leak, and Max Greedy. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yeah, it does only exist because of you.
Okay, all righty, and then
we got one more topic, and this is not it. Even though we did cover this on Shabaka's Black.
Until I got tired of it after Malcolm X got killed.
Oh my God, CC Factory.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last topic, Shabaka.
Oh no, not sincerely. Fucking his clean cut beard again.
Hey, you leave, brother.
That good hair. You got that good hair.
Brother, what's his face? What was his damn name?
Sincere
No. His uncle. His uncle is Ron. Ron from McKenty Express.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
his uncle?
That's his uncle.
Like blood uncle?
Yes, that's really his uncle.
All right.
Like
all right.
his sister is his
shit.
Mama.
He got that straight good hair.
Mm-hmm. Whatever that is, I guess.
I got a little twist going on right now.
So the last topic, y'all, unless Lady Che has something to add about the last clip I just played. Okay, so last topic of the night, y'all, is
damn, we're doing good.
Where the hell are the black people at?
Sleeping. That's where it was before the
I can give you a place where a lot of us where we at. Jail. In jail without the bail. In jail.
Yeah,
in jail without the bail, Shabaka. That's where we at.
That's crazy.
So the Hispanics, the Asians, the OTBs, the alphabet emoji plus sign is wondering where the hell are we at? Why ain't
we ain't out there with them? Well, because we got knocked in the head, hit with fire hoses, and you motherfuckers wasn't there with us doing that. Y'all capitalized. Let me see what else. Hollywood, you degrade our imagery. You know what I mean? And what's the use up there being for you individuals? You know, you don't do shit for us. You see what I'm saying? And whatnot. And then also too with Brother up there having it in the title up there, marks the 60th anniversary of Malcolm's death. And I've stated before, and I'm gonna state it again. I honestly believe, now keep in mind, this is an opinion, this is speculation. I honestly believe had Malcolm lived a full life, toward the end, he would have reversed himself on it.
Well, I was listening to Professor James Small, Shabaka, and a lot of that, he was in love with the white Muslims. That was propaganda.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I'm more amped to believe Professor James Smalls because he lived it. Like, you lived it, he lived it. He was right there with him.
But keep in mind, I was a child at that time, and I'm quite sure the professor probably would have been
he was
a grown young man.
Yeah. So, yeah, because he's up there with Shabaka. I think he's around Sekou's age. Sorry, he's up there with Sekou.
Okay. And I believe the chairman is 10 years older than me. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, which one should I play, Professor Blacc or Phil Scott? Is the question. Let's go with Professor real quick.
Mm-hmm. 20 minutes.
Yep.
That's a 20-minute lecture he got.
Yep.
All right, I'll listen to him for 20 minutes and then I got to call it a night.
Okay.
Because I know you guys are tired.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's 20 minutes to 1 here, so y'all...
Family and fellow soldiers.
I've been up since 6 a.m. yesterday.
Okay, rest is a weapon, sir.
I'm definitely tired. That's
why you need rest, the art of war.
No, I'm going to get some rest today, Shabaka.
Yeah, because you got to go do the food bank in a few hours, right?
Yep, and then after that, I'm going to get some rest.
Okay.
All right, so moving along, we got Hispanics ask, where are the black people at now? Where are you?
Where are the black people now? Where can you be? Remember that from Underdog?
Ates, Holmes, where are they at? So
is it Sunday? If it's Sunday, then that means the good majority of us are in jail, man, continuing shit from the night before, you know.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Why is nobody else protesting with us? We're not the only immigrants. Latinos are not the only immigrants. There's Europeans, there's from Africa, there's from Asia, there's from all over. Where are you guys at? Why are your people not standing with us?
Because we're not immigrants.
I know you don't want to call it upon you guys, but why are we alone in this? Go look at the videos of the protests that are going on. We are fucking alone. It's all brown-skinned people. Where are all the other races? You guys post all these fucking videos about it, but you guys ain't
brown. No, fuck no. You're not brown. You only brown when it's convenient. Any other time, you white on everything. We covered that on Mile High News. 50 to 60% of them mugs plain white on everything.
Well, in the great state of California, the state legislature during the civil rights era in the early 60s declared them to be white.
Yeah, even sooner, later than that, Shabaka, 1930s. LULAC, which is the oldest Latino organization in America, they fought to be white. They wanted to be classified as white. They could have been classified as anything, but they chose to be white.
Yeah, and then keep in mind is that the Black Panther Party, they backed Cesar Chavez, man, with the farm workers union real heavily too.
Had the damn boule, yeah, never sold out. MLK X-Men would have still been here. Had the boule never sold out, yeah, right. I could still ask some of the old cast myself. at Frontline Black News.
Now listen here, crew. Now listen here, crew. You stay alive, young man. You're being old bastard too, and gum and grits and things like that.
I'll look that up.
Okay, Third World Press.
Oh, I
Y'all
heard
look
of
that up. I heard of Third World Press.
Yeah, I have too.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Okay, crew. Check it out. Yeah, I have heard of Third World Press.
Kwame Ture was my father's mentor.
Yeah, okay, yeah. What did Third World Press publish?
They published a publication. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Sunday for almost 3 hours in the shy. Yeah, man. Yeah. You going on 4 o'clock over there, man, in the gangster city, yeah. I'm chilling, dispensary sale. Yoda.
3 a.m., 3 in the morning.
Yeah. And here in Vegas, everybody's still here. 24 hours, 7 days a week. It never closes. You know what I'm saying?
Where are you at?
Because you sided with the devil. Yeah, that's right, Yoda. Yeah, tell her. Yeah.
Right, Yoda.
Because you sided with the devil, bish.
Yeah, that's a white girl, but she's talking about she's brown.
Yeah, exactly.
You're welcome, crew. I'm trying to keep up with y'all. The comments is coming in delayed, but I got you.
Yeah, where's the cake at?
Yeah, I agree with you, Yoda. Yeah, I agree with you, Yoda. I agree with you. Now, to prove Yoda's point here a little bit, believe it or not, and I'm sure Lady Che, you could identify with this here in Los Angeles. At one time, you did have a very, very strong solidarity with blacks and Latinos. You see what I'm saying?
God, I'm Jack Jill. Stop it.
We did.
No, but hold on, old crew. Is because what had happened was the Latinos set up an organization called the Brown Berets that patronized themselves. Oh, I met Haki Mahabuti. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I met Haki Mahabuti. Yeah.
It was the first book that Dr. Francis Chris Wilson published.
Was on Third World Press. Okay. Yeah, I met Haki. All right. And then too, and this was in the 1990s. Okay, and then what had happened was the Brown Berets patronized themselves after the Black Panther Party, and what they did about 1970, man, they went and seized Catalina Island, man, I think for about 30 days.
Yeah, so did.
Yeah, if I got my facts straight. If senility ain't served in yet,
That was the last.
I mean, set in. See?
I mean, if you want to count them, and that was. I mean, they mirrored the Black Panthers, and then after that, the unity kind of just died off, and they became just for their people only.
Yeah, because they got what they wanted.
Got what they wanted. You know what I mean?
So you can hold your own chalupa.
Doing nothing with us. Where are you guys? Why are we alone? We support everything when it comes to you guys. We are always there for you. This is why we Latinos are just different. We're different in everything. We're different the way we work. We're different with our morals. We're just different. This is why we're so hated. Because nobody will ever be like us because we are always there when people need us. But look at right now. We're so alone and we're still standing strong. You guys have never been so proud of being a fucking immigrant Latina in the USA.
Being illegal?
We're amazing. We're fucking amazing.
The next day. I wasn't gonna make a video of this because I'm like, okay, whatever. Everybody took what they wanted from it. But I'm like, no, it's getting out of hand. I don't understand why all my Black community got so offended by this. I was talking about all the other immigrants. Like I clearly said all the other immigrants.
Now she's doing all this explaining.
And then another thing, I do understand that you guys fought so hard for our civil rights, and these Latinos for Trump came it up. Like I totally understand that.
Okay.
I hadn't thought about it when I posted that video, but like after seeing so many comments, I'm like, it's so true. Like I can't even argue with you guys over that, right? But also have in mind, Mexican Americans or the Latinos that voted for Trump didn't suffer the things that you guys and we immigrants have. They've always been here and had everything. So for them, it was just so selfish to go and vote for them. There's over 47 million immigrants in the United States, and we cannot vote. We cannot vote. Some of us get a work permit, so all we can do is literally work. We can't leave our country. We can't do anything. We still have to pay our taxes, but we don't have no right. We don't have no right to say anything. So immigrants are not the same as these Latinos for Trump, because we don't think selfishly. Whatever the people let him get away with, like they see like, okay, we got all these immigrants out. Like, do you think he's done? You think his hatred is over with and his racism? Obviously not. This man is not okay. So guess what? Guess who else he's going to come for? You guys are going to be next. You guys are going to be next. And if we were united, we would be able to stop this fool, because he would see we ain't no punks and we're sticking together. But here we are being his fucking puppets and being against each other, like always.
Mr. Harvey Superboy, aka Your World, has a saying that America was founded by thieves, slaves, and opportunists. Immigration is almost exclusively economic in nature. Practically nobody immigrates due to political persecution. And what we've been seeing in the United States for the last 60 years is this principle on steroids. Well, the result of that happens to be a strange amalgamation of economic need and personal political desire. And that's what we see coming to a toxic head right now. But because of the fact that Black people have been the vanguard of fighting against white supremacy and all forms of oppression, truth be told, in this country and around the world, everybody takes their cues from us. Because of the unique, indeed indispensable place that we have held in the moral center of the world for so long, it's real difficult to find other people who can fill that void, mainly because nobody has. And the thing is, Black people have been doing all of this with the idea that we were trying to attract and build alliances. That's what we thought that we were doing. And yet everybody else just turned their backs on us and said, you know what, we're throwing in all of our chips with white supremacy. When DeSantis was pushing his anti-critical race theory hysteria, you had a lot of Cuban Floridians who were out there on board with it. A large number of DeSantis' campaign staff were in fact Latino, and yet many of them, like the Speaker of the Florida legislature and others, were backing DeSantis every step of the way, repeating all of his anti-Black talking points. And when Black people called out the racism, many of them were the first to say, why, it's not racist at all, because we ourselves are quote-unquote people of color and or minorities, etc., and that they were fine with DeSantis' hate speech, so it couldn't be racist at all. And we also had similar things that were coming from the Asian community, such as people like Dinesh D'Souza and others, who were saying that they were on board with all of the anti-Black talking points from the white right, and that's because, as far as they were concerned, they were the living proof that America couldn't be racist. Why? Otherwise, how could a feckless suck-up like Dinesh D'Souza have gotten all of that right-wing money that was stuffed in his pockets? People like him are artificial successes. They're the sock puppets of white power, and white power is willing to go ahead and put a couple of pennies in his pocket until he's no longer useful to them. And the same thing goes for people like Amy Chua and others. These people are, in a ton of cases, direct employees of these right-wing think tanks. They're the ones who buy their so-called books and publish them and such, and as a result, they act as sock puppets for them. But it's also true, though, that there have been a lot of these folk who are anti-Black and have nothing to do with the right at all. Remember those racist Latino LA City Council members? They were all Democrats. And one of the people who was caught on those racist recordings was a labor leader, no less. Nothing.
Oh, okay. No, he's typing. He's typing. I hear him typing. Shabaka, your headset catches everything. Yes, we hear you typing. We hear you clicking.
I had to start a.
Wait a minute.
Because me and Jesse are moving, and this is a little fundraiser for us to get. We're packing down 2 apartments, so we need like supplies. So if you guys can copy that and share it amongst your social circles or whatever the fuck you gotta call it. The reason I say that is because
follow me at Shabaka
Jesse are banned from like everything, so we can't share it. I put it on Nextdoor. I was over there spying, see if they're spying on me. I'm spying on them. I put it over there.
God, fuck Nextdoor.
I put it on. I'm about to put it on Craigslist, and
snitching ass app.
It's just a little one.
Yeah.
It's nothing big, but it's because Jesse's probably gonna be the first to move, and then I move.
You got to be careful with that GoFundMe account.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't link it yet to anything. I just haven't.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though, Lady Che, is that see what GoFundMe will do. you'll get donations, right?
Yeah,
and then when you go try to transfer it, they're gonna say that your shit is bogus. So you got to be very, very careful with GoFundMe.
Yeah, I haven't set up the transfer part yet, at all, because I didn't want to have that game, that mind game. Plus, it's kind of like a tedious thing with taking pictures of my ID and whatnot, and my hand.
Yeah, so you don't want to do all that shit. You say you don't want to do all that shit is because you got a whole lot of hackers in that motherfucker. Because I had to go through hell and high water with them.
Yeah,
that's why I didn't set up no transfer or nothing over. And I just created it yesterday, day for yesterday.
Yeah,
and I kind of just left it alone. The transfer part is like where you gotta take a picture of your ID and link it to an account.
Oh, yeah. See, fuck all that. You don't want that because see, that's just what a hacker need is your ID, your bank information, and the next thing you know, you go check your bank, you're gonna be wiped the fuck out.
Facts. And so that's
now
why
I know each of us could use that $5 grand from gold. Yeah, crew, hell yeah.
I have to say,
I'll take the goddamn $5 grand shit. Put 3 of it in my pocket and take $2 grand to invest in us on a decent radio station, and boy, we got a lot of this bullshit to decipher. You see what I'm saying?
$2 towards my political, right?
Yeah.
I was just gonna I found out how to do it pretty much on the low for cheap. But when
hell, with $5 grand, man, I could fix my car up. Shit.
But it's talking about 2026 giving that shit out.
Yeah.
In the summer of 2026, we could already made it come up and then some. That would be extra.
Wait a minute. Hold it, Lady Che. He's talking about we got to wait till the summer of 2026 to get the goddamn $5 grand.
Yep. Yep.
God damn.
So another year and a half.
Shit, I might not even be here.
Leonard said, "Hell yeah."
That's what I was saying.
No, I want the $5, but damn, I don't have to wait till 2026 to get it.
Yeah, me and Jessica taxes up.
$5 grand, I could buy a car and pay 6 months insurance. I hear you, crew. And these motherfuckers out here in Nevada is hiring a motherfucker on some insurance, crew.
I believe it.
That's for damn sure.
It's because it's so damn hot out there, Shabaka.
No, because these motherfuckers drive drunk. With this here being Saturday night, man, I'm quite sure, man, because I think I saw an accident here on my computer, man, in Las Vegas. But taxes are on hold, so I hear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, we're gonna file them anyway, just cause.
Yeah.
And
now, Lady J, see if you can get a damn return. You see what I'm saying? The key thing is you just want to make sure you don't hold them sons of bitches.
It's just
you say
how are we gonna go about filing the taxes?
We're gonna I'm gonna sit on Jesse's. Jesse has the app, so we're gonna do the TurboTax.
Be careful. Okay, yeah, TurboTax is cool. I used the TurboTax before. It's cool. It's a pain in the ass, but you know they pretty much get you decided on it. It'll take a couple of days, but they're gonna want $39. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was what we were talking about.
Yeah. And we got to figure out how to capitalize off this damn internet. It's a way to do it, but we just have to bust down a couple of walls.
We just got to keep going.
Okay. Why is it they always want to give us stimulus after mass deportations? Okay,
yeah. He said, "Hey, I got you." No, he didn't say I got you, but I heard your concerns.
He said he heard our concerns.
He said, "I heard you. I heard you, the Black Americans. I heard you, Latino Americans."
That's why you get deported.
Yeah. And then he gave that's another thing, Shabaka. Did you hear about what he did? He gave the dump. He gave Jackie Robinson a statue, Muhammad Ali a statue, and who else? Who else did he give a statue to? Oh, Kobe Bryant.
Nice little
Kobe Bryant. Okay. All right. So they're trying to pacify us with statues. Okay.
Yep, symbolism.
Yeah.
But that's what the Democrats do. Democrats do the same thing. Oh, here's a hip hop day. Oh, here's hip hop month.
Yeah. Another genre we created.
Yep. Think about it. Obama did it too. Yep, he sure did. After he deported a grip of fools. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He sure did. Oh man. Don't get me started on Obama. All right.
Man, that's a whole show within itself.
Sabaka and I passed the hell out.
Yeah.
Conservative about any of them, and yet they were plotting specifically how to shut down Black Los Angelinos out of the city positions and to make sure that city money was intentionally diverted away from Black areas and straight to them. All the while, publicly, those same people pretended as if they didn't have a problem with Black people at all. This is how deep and sophisticated the game of anti-Black racism is. White supremacy has always understood the need for buffer groups. If you're going to keep people repressed for the long haul, you're going to need a way to keep the focus off of yourself. And that means buffer groups are going to have to be used to stand between the dominant society and those who its power is based on keeping oppressed. This is a trick as old as the Romans, by the way, which is the reason why white supremacy found it expedient to allow mass migration. Since the days of ancient Rome, bringing in large groups of outsiders as a means to basically confuse the political equation with those who were directly oppressed, that has always been a tactic used by the ruling class to go ahead and insulate themselves. What you're doing is you're tampering with the internal politics of those who are oppressed, and you're also trying to create the illusion that, well, see, the society can actually be made to work by the rules that the ruling class set up, when the reality happens to be that's not true at all. Now, the reason that you're not seeing Black people who are getting out there and speaking up on this issue as far as mass deportation goes is for the same reason that you didn't see Black people speaking up and deciding to take the side of the Palestinians, except for one idiot at a Kendrick Lamar halftime show. Black folks were getting on code and deciding that we are not going to get involved in third-party disputes. Why? Because these other groups do not reciprocate. It makes no sense for us to be advocating for anyone else when you got everybody else advocating against us. Now, in the past, you had some Negroes, many of them tethers, by the way, who were only too eager to jump out of a window and onto statues and hang off the roofs of buildings, losing their minds to try to prove that they were going to stand in solidarity with everyone else. See, this was the problem with all of those Black folks in the 20th century who might have bought into certain Marxist ideologies. Individuals who were running around saying that it wasn't about race, it was about class, talking about the bourgeoisie and the proletariat and all that garbage. No. When you take a look at the world today, you see the white supremacy did not set up this satanic carnival along the lines of class. If that was the case, they wouldn't be messing with all of these rich Black people, now would they? They set it up along the lines of color. Race is the dividing line. Class struggle is what divides white people amongst themselves. But when it comes to Black people, class has nothing to do with it. Exactly. And in the past, you had a whole lot of Black folks, people like Messi, Jesse Jackson, John Lewis, Al Sharpton, all wanting to be the first to jump in front of the cameras and advocate for everybody else and make comparisons between how other people are momentarily inconvenienced and the civil rights movement. All these boomers trying to relive their heyday back in the 60s. That's what that was. And you even have people that I do have some consideration for, like Cornel West, who inappropriately called any and everybody else brother or sister, that kind of talk. That kind of rhetoric only works when people treat us like family. Now, my question is, have you seen anyone from any of these other groups who have been talking the same way about Black people? I'll wait for that one. When people abuse you, call you names, your response is to call them brother and sister. That's not some kind of high-minded egalitarianism. That's self-deception. And this is why we had to put our foot down and call an end to these civil rights retreads doing stuff like that, because they blurred the lines and created a lane for anti-Black immigrants who would simultaneously make common cause with white supremacy. And then when the dominant society puts the screws to them, they get to pivot and claim that they're just like us. It needs to be remembered that you've had people, especially from these immigrant groups, who were only too happy to join in with the Ed Blums and others, attacking affirmative action such, and always making sure that they mention Black people when doing so. They want to make it clear when they're talking about affirmative action, they're not talking about minorities or people of color. They're talking about Black people. This is who needs to be purged from the universities, from the government, from any aspect or arena of daily life. This is about attacking Black people. Now, what should have happened is whoever these individuals were who called themselves standing with the Ed Blums and others, they're the ones who should have met maximum resistance from these Asian groups, because they were the ones claiming, well, we're doing this on behalf of Asian people. Where was the pushback? We didn't see any. It's the same reason why when Peter Liang found himself actually being charged for killing a black person, there were massive protests on his behalf. Meanwhile, when you had Asians who were killed by white people, especially white police officers, there was crickets. This is what's been going on in this country for decades now. This is what's been going on for generations, truth be told. And that's the reason why black people looked and said, you know what, we're not doing this thing anymore where we're trying to be building alliances and we're going to be speaking up for every oppressed and marginalized group out there. Because what we've seen time and again is that nobody has any problem with us being oppressed and mistreated. Nobody makes it a point that they're going to be speaking up on our behalf. Instead, we get people like Amy Chua and Juju Chang, both of whom happen to be married to white men. But in their minds, they think to themselves that their job is to be the main anti-black propagandist in media. And that matters because the entire reason that we got folks from the Hispanic and Asian communities who are asking where are the black folks at a time like this is they know that there is no substitute for the moral legitimacy that foundational black Americans represent. But that's exactly what Amy Chua and Juju Chang were attempting to try to undermine. The entire purpose of getting out there and spouting racist lies, saying that black people are targeting Asians and black people hate Asians and all the rest of that, the entire reason of doing that was specifically to manufacture the lie that black people, they're just got it in for Asian people because black people, there's no real morality there. Those black people, they're not what you think. That was the entire reason of doing it. You do it so you can set black people up not black afterwards. You're not doing it simply because, well, we can't really find anything else to say.
He's saying for the reasons that Professor Black Truth was just saying, that they're going to side with the white supremacists at the end of the day. So
the tethers. Okay. Neo-colonialism. Okay.
So this is the gibberish we're going to throw. No. The very foundation of the black liberation struggle in this country for 500 years has been the undeniable fact that we occupy the moral high ground in an immoral society. And that being the case, how are you going to justify the racial pyramid scheme based on oppressing black people? Well, what you have to do is you have to impugn black people's morality. This is the reason why you had J. Edgar Hoover and others telling lies about Dr. King, saying that he was committing adultery and such. I have had the challenge out there for 15 plus years. Anybody who can bring any actual evidence of Dr. King doing any sort of hanky-panky. And yet we get these idiots trying to push this urban legend that, Dr. King was sleeping around. There's recordings. Yeah, recordings that nobody's ever heard and that nobody can ever produce. Well, the FBI, you see, Dr. King was murdered in 1968. J. Edgar Hoover was still FBI director at that time and remained FBI director basically until his death. And that was in the 1970s. So you're telling me that J.
FBI director for 50 years.
Apparently, out of the goodness of his heart, he decided that this black man that he couldn't stand and that he spent most of his time demonizing and hounding and harassing him, that suddenly decided, well, we don't want to besmirch the good Reverend's character.
And LBJ gave J. Edgar Hoover the job running FBI for life. You know that, right?
Trying to impugn Dr. King's moral character, and by extension, impugning the black
people. He died 72, 73. Hold on, let me pull it up when that bastard died.
On the grounds that, well, these are not moral people. And that's where you get idiots like Diane Yap and others spouting that exact same garbage. They know exactly what they're doing. So when Juju Chang was attacking black people under the guise of black people are targeting Asians, they know exactly what kind of fire they're playing.
That bastard died May 2nd, 1972.
Black people. And you really shouldn't be listening to black people about all of this Black Lives Matter stuff, because, I mean, they're no different than the police when you think about it. That's the entire point of telling those lies. That's what needs to be confronted now. You want to know why it is that there's mass deportations going on? It's because all of these people who made it a point that they were going to play footsie with white supremacy, they created the conditions for white supremacy to turn around and say, well, now all of you people got to go, and you can't call it racist because the people who white power is targeting right now have been claiming that they were either white on census forms, on job applications, and on driver's licenses, or in the cases of Amy Chua and Juju Chang and others, the whole idea of minority.
Remember the X-Files?
This begs the question, model? Who is one modeling themselves after then? What does model mean? It's amazing how you got these very individuals who spend a lot of time dumping on Black Americans. Juju Chang's real quiet right now. So is Amy Chua, and so is Dinesh D'Souza.
Yeah.
All of these folks, they're very quiet right now. Aren't going to speak about these immigration roundups. They're neither cheering them on nor are they denouncing them.
There's no error. But no, man, you made an error. You did not recognize your error, and you did not correct your error, so you made 3 errors.
Black people at
faulty.
Black people go out there and say, "Oh, this is wrong. Remember the '60s. Remember the fire hoses. This, that, and the third." Yeah, it makes sense that they would be asking where are Black people at. It's because Black people have always been the ones who have been out front. As I pointed out yesterday, the immigrant groups had a ton of government programs and policies geared specifically to economically empower them. And then what happened afterwards?
Yeah, that was
this and going, well, surely these groups who we made it possible for them to come here, they are going to in turn point out, hey, Black people are not being correctly. We need to ally ourselves. After all, we owe them the fact that we're even able to be here. Instead, what happened was the opposite. So where are the Black people at? We're sitting this one out, just like we did with the Gaza-Israel conflict. I would suggest that any individuals who are wondering where is everybody else at, where the Black people at, well, I would suggest that they ask Juju Chang where she's at, or ask Nuri Martinez if she can go ahead and represent for them. See if you can drag Thomas Sowell's wrinkled behind out of mothballs, and he can go ahead and repeat some of his asinine talking points about how immigrants are better than Black people. They outperform Black people. Immigrants, they're more successful than Black people in America, and that's just because of a superior culture. The problem is cultural. Right now would be an excellent time for Thomas Sowell to go ahead and get some FaceTime in on Fox News. Believe it or not, that wrinkled up idiot is still alive, believe it or not. And yet he had a lot to say about DEI, but he hasn't had anything to say about this. Gee, I wonder why. It's because it goes against the BS narrative that he's been propped up and pushed out in front of the cameras in order to deliver for the last 50 plus years. Thomas Sowell's entire job was a white power credential by giving him a degree in economics, and yet nobody ever goes to Thomas Sowell and asks his opinion when it comes to economics. When you had the economic crash back in the 80s, nobody gave a rip what he had to say about that. It was just like, well, why don't you go ahead and tell us how much better you are than Black people? We got this guy who has an economics degree. He doesn't do anything with it, but, you know, an economics degree, that means he must be smarter. At the very least, we can go ahead and prop him up and say, we give him some consideration. He's got an economics degree. Nobody asked him a doggone thing about the 1980s economic crash, the Great Recession. Nobody asked him anything about Bill Clinton's economic revolution in the 90s. Nobody asked him a question about anything when you had all of those corporations falling in the early aughts during W's administration, Tyco, Sunbeam, Adelphia, Enron. Nobody asked his opinion about that. When the housing market imploded in 2008, nobody asked his opinion about that. And nobody's asking his opinion about the economic malaise today. The only reason that Thomas Sowell is a thing, the only reason that anybody is cursed to know what his name is because white power invented him. He's an invention of the white right. When you ask this guy, well, what's your area of specialty? You must be an anthropologist or something, right? Because you talk about Black people all the time. You must be an ethnographer or something, right? Nope. He has no background in sociology, no background in anthropology, no background in any of that. He's supposed to be an economist, but you sure can't tell by listening, because the only thing he ever does is whine and complain about Black people. When it comes to economics, nobody cares what Thomas Sowell has to say. So obviously his economics degree is not the reason why you know who he is. That's just a phony means to credentialize a sock puppet punk. White power never had any permanent plans for any of the people that it uses. White power pretends to be their friend, and these people start thinking that they're on the team, that they're in some sort of alliance with the dominant society. But these white supremacists always have an exit strategy, and that exit strategy is always a double-edged sword. Not only does it give the dominant society a way for them to get out of any entanglements that they might have with their tools, but as we're witnessing, it also gives the dominant society a way to push the tools out too, all the way out. And speaking of out, that is where Black people are going to stay on this issue and all of these others that have nothing to do with us. Everybody else made it where we had to hear them taking pot shots at us and telling us that apparently we were the problem, we were harming them, Black people are just a bunch of failures and inferior and all the rest of it. Okay, fine then. We heard them heaping scorn on us, and now they can hear the sound of our silence. For a long time, you had a lot of these opportunists like the Amy Chuas and the Dinesh D'Souza's and others. They could not wait to have the stage, as it were, all to themselves. As far as they were concerned, like Nuri Martinez and her racist pals in LA, they were going to be marginalizing the most marginalized community in the country. They were supposed to be easing us out or just shoving us out. And after that, well, it was going to be the Nuri Martinez and her racist pals show. It was going to be the Dinesh D'Souza and the Juju Changs and their racist pals show. Well, people made it a point to say nothing when black people were being attacked by these Latin American gangs, and people were making common causes with blatant anti-black racists like Ed Blum. And that being the case, if folks wanted to have the stage, as it were, all to themselves with no black people in sight, well, there's no sense complaining when you get exactly what you ask for.
Right. Good
day. And be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Frederica Moore, David Williams, Wally Belisle, Sakina Collins, and Wesley Monroe. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for.
I think he has said cruel reality before.
Yeah.
Okay, Shabaka. So that's the last topic.
Okay, well, Thomas Sewell, I was trying to pull. Okay, I was trying to pull information up on Thomas Sewell, Skip the Truth Gates, and there's nothing in here. But however, I do want to say here that I just came across, I'm looking at these damn cartoons that they had. Okay, be sure and see that you receive the HD Stone wheat meal gram. Be sure and try it, and you'll use no other. For breads, gums, morning cakes. Okay, we got Sambo and Cold Black Rose, characters devised in the 1820s and usually found of popular sheet music. Wow. And Uncle Tom's Cabin, poster for one of the countless adaptations of Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin. Man, this shit is so goddamn offensive, man. I ain't gonna tear up my own book. You know? Yeah, you know. Seal of North Carolina smoking tobacco. You got a bunch of Sambo ass coons up here. Plug it. Seal of North Carolina, the Darktown Bowling Club. Yeah. Sambo art is what they call this. This is incredible. Damn, black men lynched, the nigger peril, 1908. Damn.
Yeah.
Woo! Okay, I'm gonna have to put this book down, man. Oh boy. I have to put Skip the Truth Gates down for a minute, man.
Put them down.
I ain't got time to get my blood pressure
all
up. You know?
All right, Shabaka, on your way out, we gotta lay it down.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the Good Professor's video about Hispanics Acts? Where are the black people at now?
Okay, well, Professor Black Truth, you know what I'm saying? You know, he's always got good knowledge and stuff like that, and he's always dropping wisdom. So what it is that we are all we got, okay? It's up to us to take care of us, okay? We cannot go up here and have solidarity with these other groups. Thank you, girl. Oh, I'm not going to do nothing strictly for black people now.
Oh, Lord, now I got to remind them.
I know, man. I know. I did not mean to give you a headache or to upset your stomach, you see.
Now I got to remind them of what the bra said. Here we go.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No, because...
See what I'm saying? What?
No, we over that. No more lift halls. No rising tides lift all boats. We got a big ass hole in the bottom of our boat, and that shit keeps sinking. And no matter how much the tide rise, we not rising with it. So bullshit.
Yeah, we got to hurry up and get the fuck up off the Titanic. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know? Damn.
Okay, Shabaki. So was that the statement?
Yeah, that's my closing statement, and I know it's 2 o'clock in the morning where you're at. So I'll give you a call later on today and do some more research, man. Huh?
The food bank. So the food bank.
Yeah, you got the food bank, and ladies and gentlemen, I don't see no other public figure or political personnel in Denver, Colorado doing what Brother Paris does. I've seen Brother Paris out there in the sun. I've seen Brother Paris out there in the snow. I've seen Brother Paris out there in the rain. I even seen Brother Paris out there on the days that the donkeys lose.
No, he's being out in the hell and the Broncos win. You sent me out on the day.
But Brother Paris is serious about what he's doing.
Yeah.
Although him and I at times disagree, but we do disagree agreeably. Okay. So Brother Paris, I'm gonna go get me some rest to see if I can go to sleep after drinking this damn coffee again to get my body clock right. But fortunately, it's 1:15 in the morning here, so hopefully, if I get to sleep by 3, I should be able to get up by 10 a.m.
Okay.
All right, so hey, please.
I can say bye, Lady Shay.
Bye,
All right, and please follow me on Stinky Bird at Shabaka, capital EXP, Shabaka with the capital. That's me on Stinky Bird, not unless, of course, that Stinky Bird or the funky motherfucker has disabled the damn account. You know what I mean?
Oh man, like you did Lady Shay.
Yeah. You know, and what have you. To hell with that Boer. You know what I'm saying? He is not an African. He is a Boer. Okay? And it's 48 degrees. And let me see, this is February. So the temperature ought to start going up here, say, within about the next 30 days, you know, on the vernal equinox, known as the first day of spring.
Oh my God, it's gonna be 90 degrees by Easter.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for Bunny Rabbit Day. Yeah. For Bunny Rabbit Day. Yeah. All right, folks. So this is Shabaka Sankari. Follow me at Shabaka, capital EXP. You know, the link is down there, you know, up under Frontline Black News. Yeah. Okay, and touch bases with you good folks tomorrow or Monday. You know what I mean? And keep liking and subscribing. Go to the like page and like the like page, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. No, I'm sorry. Like and follow the page on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced up there on Facebook.
Later on today for part 2. They'll see us later on today for part 2. Tomorrow for part 3.
Okay. All righty. Okay. So get with me, Brother Che. Okay. So
I will. I call you or you call me after the food bank. Bank in the morning. So.
Okay. And this is Shabaka Sankari signing off from Sin City for Frontline Black News. Come on, 7-Eleven. Clack, clack, clack. Baby need a new pair of shoes. I'm out.
All right, good. All right, y'all. I have one more clip and I'm going to lay it on down. And that is FBAs have learned the motto, not my people, not my problem. And other groups are losing it.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, more and more FBA. They've been coming out, you know, speaking about all these other groups and how they will not leave us alone. We've told them we chilling. We told them we resting. Y'all handle it on your own. Some of these other groups feel like they're better than us because where they come from. Some of these other groups say they better than us because they hardworking. I mean, I laugh at that when they say that, right? I'm like, you so hardworking, why you do that where you come from?
Right.
Right. Some of these other groups just don't like us because we black, you know, whatever the case may be, right? But yet them same people, they want us to come out and actually do something. Oh, y'all do something. Oh, black people. And I'm so glad brothers and sisters are speaking out about this case in point. Listen to what this sister got to say.
I'm so proud of the Black community because, baby, they doing everything they can to get our attention, including talking about these white nationalist movements and all types of stuff. They doing all types of bait and switches to try and get us up out of our comfort zone, to try and get us up out of our seats and try to get us to move, especially Black women. Like, they're especially doing stuff to target Black women online. Meanwhile,
you drinking on something good.
We've been at home just, ooh, that's nice. I don't know what you want us to do. I don't know what the oh my God, Elon Musk and the Dodge team is trying to steal $8 billion. They cooking the books. So
no.
He been doing like that. Oh my gosh, Donald Trump just tried to take away the congressional review, the judicial review. So y'all didn't give a when they was literally when they was doing that to Black people on the streets of LA, Philadelphia, and practically everywhere else in this entire country.
Right.
It was literally guilty until proven innocent for us, and we was still riding hard for everybody, equality for everybody. Now you mad because the person y'all actually chose to be the president is being the president, and he's playing chess. He's playing Monopoly right now. I don't know what game he's playing. I can't keep score. I really don't care. It's somebody else's issue right now.
They like $200 and go to jail.
It's somebody else's issue. And then every other day, there's planes falling out of the sky. Okay. I mean, we tried to tell y'all. I believe, in fact, it was a Black woman who held Boeing themselves accountable in front of the Senate and asked the questions that needed to be asked. Yeah. And it turns out a lot of these planes that are indeed going out of the sky were manufactured by Boeing. Mm-hmm. Y'all gave Boeing extra money. What do you want us to do? We don't care.
Yeah, a lot of Black people are feeling that way right now. You know, when every time we have something to say, nobody want to listen. They want to dismiss us. They want to say we're lazy, we're being victims, and they got everything negative to say about us. But now everybody calling, like I say, it's just getting started. It's just getting started. Y'all think you seen something? Oh, y'all haven't seen nothing yet. Oh, you just wait. And guess what? Guess what Black people gonna be doing? Like, we told you. We told you. We've been telling you. You didn't want to listen. Stop calling us. Trust me. I told y'all on AD&C, you gonna be in the grocery store, and you gonna see them, and they're gonna be looking so spent. They're gonna be looking like they just didn't had it, and they're gonna be trying to pick your brain. How did you survive? How did you go through this stuff? Yeah. They're gonna tell you, you know, a Black person been through so much in this country, and how did you do it? Because I'm just stressed out. I can't deal with this. Like, you'd be like, huh. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, we just know how to do that because we've been living that way forever. Right. It's second nature to us. Right. Like losing a job, man, please. We do that. Happens all the time to Black people. Yeah. We don't even cry about it. Mm-mm. But you got the folks crying about their federal job. Oh, I lost my federal job. That was my dream job. And you know how many Black people had dream jobs and they just got cut? Mm. It happens, right? Oh, I can't pay for this. Or I can't pay for that. Yeah. As Black people, we deal with that all the time. And guess what? We figure it out. We always figure it out because we can't use the color of our skin to get any kind of privilege. See, this is the deal. I told y'all some years ago, the time gonna come where their privilege is not gonna matter because the rubber gonna meet the road and they gonna have to truly make it on their merit. You see, I'm cool with merit. I'm very fine with doing things by merit. Nobody have no kind of privilege, no special set asides, no DEI, none of that. Let's just do all merit. But I'm gonna tell you who will win by just merit alone: FBAs. Because this system has trained us to be 10 times smarter, 10 times better. So if we're gonna talk about merit, we gonna rise to the top quick based off of merit. Ain't nobody outwork us, ain't nobody outthink us, nobody out here out innovating us.
Right.
We change trends, styles of clothing, shoes. We change music. Man, look, this country follows the trends of what we do. No matter what it is, good or even bad, they follow us. They follow everything that we do because we are the leaders. Definitely the cultural leader of America for sure is us. But they don't know what to do. Even when we wasn't on TikTok for 12 hours, people were losing it. Where are the Americans are gone? No, what you mean the black people in America are gone. You didn't care about the other groups, you care about black people. And then when black people start going over there to Hochul, the app, right? They were happy. Like, oh my God, we having all these people coming over here. A lot of black people too coming over here. They was excited, the Chinese people, to see black people over there. Oh, they were so excited. Because let me tell y'all something about people throughout the world. When they had this like hatred for Americans, they talking about the folks. When we show up, oh, it's all, look, we can go just about every country as FBAs, and people gonna be happy to see you for the most part. Now, some of them European countries or some of them, Arab countries, but let me tell you about that. When FBAs show up, people think different. Now, they may treat, somebody in the diaspora, especially somebody from the African continent, if you come there to work for them, they're gonna treat you any kind of way. But FBA don't come into the Arab countries looking for no job from nobody. They're putting up with their crap. They know we got that blue passport. We looked at different. How it is, I seen it happen. They treat FBAs completely different than they treat Africans throughout the world. That's why some Nigerians be trying to cosplay an FBA so they can get treated the same way. So, with that being said, we just gotta hold the line. We gotta chill our nerves. Don't come outside. Just chill out. Just be cool. Like I said, in a couple of months, man, we can get out there and start barbecuing. Why not? Shoot, barbecue is a good thing to do. Don't be wasting your time worrying about these people. Don't. No matter what they go through, you're like, watch it on TV. Get your popcorn. Because I'll be having my popcorn watching them. I'm like, oh man, they dealing with it. Oh man, that's messed up. Definitely see it. But it's kind of
can't do nothing for you, man. You want $6 for what? I can't do nothing for you, man. You better, man, kiss my butt.
Yep, that's it. This is more clips of them begging us for our help.
Can't do nothing for you, man.
No, that's illegal. Yep, so that's it. Lady Tay, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's gonna be like that. They do it to themselves, and don't let them shame you. They brought this shit on themselves, and it's gonna be like that. That's what happens when things are not reciprocating,
Right.
And at the end of the day, we're still the only ones fighting racism and white supremacy. At the end of it, so us delineating and separating ourselves from them is because they would just ultimately hold us back and hold us not hold us down, just hold us back. So I think what we're doing is a beautiful thing. Yeah, we should celebrate us when we get a chance. But right now, it's still not the time. And we just, mind our business and stay focused on what we're doing. Yeah, they're going to cry, they're going to throw fits, but we can't think of them as a whiny crybaby kid you had a babysit. Don't give into it. You know what I mean? I don't get it. I'm done.
So many comments. Sorry, y'all, I couldn't get through all the comments. All right, peace. Peace, Leonard. Peace, Rebecca. Peace. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for tapping in. to season 4, episode 48, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on for part 2. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and when can we expect the RBA, Lady Che?
I don't know. I kind of keep, I'm going to try again. Maybe tomorrow, but I doubt it. They keep taking my shit down instead of discouraging. And plus, with
just gotta get in the habit of reading the copyright, like I've been doing lately. And then, yeah. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations and Black empowerment. Chan Kuma and Lady Che signing out from the Mile High Income and soon to be deported and mayor arrested city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace. Black power. In this case, FBA.